Oh, it's not even showing on my screen. I gotta fix this thing. Dang it. I was like, oh, I'm so ready. I am not ready. This would be game capture. There we go. Nice. Okay. I was working on this. I've been working on this for a while though. I'm not gonna lie. I really need to get it together with this because I've been working on it for so long. But I'm trying to make sure we're just. I think that's fine. But what was I talking about again? Oh, I've rearranged my room. That looks better. If it doesn't, just don't say anything. But I think it's a lot more spacious, and now you can also see more of my dog when she lays on the bed. But yeah. Plus, like, I think things just look better. I can scoot back more. Way back. My mic can kind of scoot way back. I'll go sit down. Wants to be up with my baby's knees. Like, I didn't, like... That was my bad. Alright, so... Where my thingy? There it is. Oh, the other one is there, too. I was like, what? Things look off, and I don't know why. Yeah. It's just gonna be like a chill art stream. I'm still... The hair gives me so much anxiety because I'm like, I don't know properly. I guess I was starting off and... Why do I kind of... Do I want to do this? Oh wait, no, because then it won't clippy match everything. That's what. I'll just be like very careful with eating. I think I want to start on... I want to go dark. I think this is the same color. Kinda, but it looks better on. Just want to do some moves. Eee. Yeah. I think... Oh, fuck. I could do... The lazy... Is it the lazy way? Because what I want to do. Just like... Take this hand and move it up a layer. Honestly, what is the hand on? It is its own... Actually... Could it... That makes it a lot easier. What is up? What did I do? What was I? I think because this was a bottom lane. Right up here. Hello, Camino. Yes, it is. Hello, Seattle. I'm sorry if I was ignoring. Really concentrated on, and I'm like, it does not look. Okay, good. I was like, I don't know how long I was looking down. Here, the birthday. Wait, this is by Foria though. Hello, Seattle by Owl City. Well, it's cool that you share a birthday with him. I think, who do I share a birthday? Yeah, I think this might be a remix. Because... no, it just says... Is Johnny Farrell the guy's name? Because it just says main artist Foria and then composer Johnny Farrell. Oh, I don't know then. Did they just like not... I like this. Because usually it'll tell me all the credits on Spotify, but this... oh yeah, you said you share a birthday with him. Makes a song enough for... I didn't know that. See, this all confusing because I just found out DJs who make music are like song ID, and this whole time I've been thinking song ID like was just like song title, who's it by, but apparently it means like it's like you bought like, or like, I don't know, actually I don't even think I know anymore. Because I was thinking maybe you buy like the sample, like it's a sample, you know, that's why they're like song ID. But maybe it's just song ID. It's just like, where did you just and ask for the parts? I could be wrong. Maybe it's remix. This is stuff I could eat. I like them, and I'm going to ask my friend who a lot of and her friends at DJ, and then she will tell me, and it will be a great bonding. Yeah, I don't know. I don't understand it. It's so confusing. Your birthday's July 5th? I don't think I... No, I do. Okay, so... Actually, my whole family has a birthday in July, except me and my twin. I'm just like, dang. Covered by parody or cover law? That makes sense. Well, no, because even sometimes, am I cutting out? Is it because I'm not talking into the mic? Maybe my noise gate settings are like really messed up. Wait, no. Well, this is if I put the mic louder. Does that sound okay? Dang it. So I have to actually talk into the mic. Okay. So, doesn't some parody songs or cover songs like still... Okay. I have a bad habit of rocking back and forth, so I'm like, dang it. But like, don't some people still get in trouble for posting parodies and cover songs though? Cause like, I feel like I see that often. I'm trying to talk to the mic while looking down, and it's kind of... I should have did this like when I first was working on it and shape blocking everything, because now I'm gonna have a lot of holes. I think some people are super anal about covering or parodying their songs. Yeah, because I know some people are like really nice about it and they like encourage people to cover their songs, but then you see like people like small like channels like getting their video taken down because like they covered a song and the artist was like, you know what, I'm not gonna let you. And it's like, but they didn't even have like 100 views on it. Why are you just taking it down? Like, you know, people are weird. But I don't know then. How do... Because how I made this playlist specifically, a lot of the songs I don't know it. It was made for me as a day list, and I'm like, I think this would be a chill stream day playlist, so that's why I'm using it. So that's why when you said Hello Seattle, I don't think I really heard that song before. I think that was my first time. So, but while I was doing this, honestly, there are music labels with bots all over YouTube to copyright anything for a certain song. Yeah, because I was looking at this playlist and it put like two or three other like song covers of Something Comforting by Porter Robinson, but it was like by different people, and like they didn't have to really list much about him, kind of thing, you know? So I wonder if it's because like he isn't too... Well, no, because it's Spotify. Don't you have to... Isn't Spotify really like strict with covers? But no, because we heard the Hello Seattle. See, this is why I don't understand how it works. Because like when people do the Something Comforting, they're using like the same lyrics and stuff, and sometimes his voice in their mix. So how does copyright work? Is it just like... You ever see her? No. She's just like... she's just rolling in the blankets. But yeah, I don't understand, because I was... It's so hard. That's why I'm like, someone could sue me and I wouldn't know what I did wrong, because like, it made sense, you know? What are your laws anyways? Okay. I don't know if I should work on Marche today. I started, but now I'm kind of wondering if I should work on Porter because he looks like a ghost over here. Don't remember what I was doing with that. I really need to learn how to draw, like, color curly hair. Draw and color curly hair, because, like, I just be putting shit down. Probably actually look at the picture. Putting colors down. I forgot I could actually look right there when I'm doing this. Wait a minute. How do you do to see the cruiser? Oh, I do see it. It's so tiny. Oh, because it's the size of my brush. That makes so much sense. There are some people who encourage it, like if I made music like that, I'd be super down for people to cover and remix me. But then there are some people that, due to the suing Ed Sheeran for making that song sound too his, like the dude. I was like, Ed Sheeran sued someone? And I was like, no, okay, I missed a word and that gave so much context. But I think I remember that. Wasn't it, was it Shape of You? No, it was another song, right? I used to really be into Ed Sheeran. I have not listened to him. I can't remember what song it was, but I remember that happening. But then it's also like with, like, it happens a lot in K-pop where, well, no. Well, yeah, it sounds a little too similar, even though they didn't mean it to. But anyways, that's a whole different thing. We're talking about copyright. Well, no, because also copyright does play into that. But we're talking about covers and copyright. I don't know. Does it just not have to sound enough like them for it to be okay sometimes? Because I know Jacksepticeye. Oh, it's Thinking Out Loud. The guy that was suing him. Well, Let's Get It On by Marvin Gaye. I feel like I've heard that song. But wasn't that like way after it came out too? Maybe I'm not. Maybe I'm just remembering wrong. I hear news very, very late. So, but what was I talking about? Dang it! I had it and I lost it. Jacksepticeye. He says, because you know he plays drums, and he said the reason he doesn't play drums anymore is because copyright. Well, now that I think about it, he had the song playing in the background. Never mind. He had the original song playing and he played drums over it. Totally different thing. Never. Well, no, because then it's a cover of the drums, so I guess. I don't know. It's the bots, maybe. Because I know, I think. Who was it? Was it Tool or Metallica? No, Avenged Sevenfold. He did the drums for an Avenged Sevenfold song, and the drummer, I think, like, reposted it, too. So it's like, it's just kind of like, who will not care as much, I guess. I was trying to, speaking of covers, I've been trying to cover a song on the ukulele. I keep moving away from the mic. trying to cover a song on the ukulele. Yeah, you never know who will claim, but true. But yeah, I'm trying to learn it. And then I don't even know if I'm gonna upload it because, like, I don't know. You ever get... Oh, the whole thing is my mic. That's why I was leading with this. That's how I'm tying all of this together. The mic, me having mic issues with cover songs. So, I'm making I was doing a cover song and I'm trying to record it, but like, I don't know if it's just because of my mic and it's like made for like you being right in front of it, you know? Because what is it? Are they called like shotgun mics or something like that? But I was trying to sing this song because I recorded the ukulele separate, so it was recorded directly at the ukulele. Now then I was trying to record the vocals, and like, no matter what I was doing, like, you couldn't either you couldn't hear me, or it was like peaking, and I kept trying to lower the mic, but then like that didn't really help much. But if you're too close, then it starts like ringing, and I don't know what's going on. But either way, I don't know. That was the whole story. I don't know where I was going with that. Yeah. Yeah, it's super difficult, to be honest. I play guitar and also have troubles catching both guitar and vocals. Yeah, and isn't it? I don't know. You play the guitar? What kind of music do you play on the guitar? I think I need some darker color. Black might be too. No, because if you do it light. I play a bunch, mainly indie rock songs. That's so cool. I wanted to learn to play guitar, and then I got one, but it was like an acoustic guitar, but the neck was too wide, and my short fingers couldn't reach it, and I didn't know there was different sides of necks, so I never learned how to play guitar. And then I was like, you know, it's perfect for short hands, a ukulele. And so now I do that, but a ukulele is not as cool to bust. You can't just be like, hey guys, look at my talent, and bust out a ukulele. You look lame as fuck. So people who play guitar are so cool. I like picked at the skin of my finger because I don't know how I like scratched my finger, but now it hurts because I keep picking at it because I hate like feeling that raised. I set myself up for failure. Scared to blend it. I'm terrified to. Sorry, my Firefox crashed. Completely missed whatever you said for the last minute or two. Ooh, I just talked about how it's not cool to play. It's cool to play It's cool to play guitars, but you can't really pull out a ukulele and be like, watch this talent, because ukulele is not as cool as a guitar. And then I also said I tried to learn guitar, but I didn't know there was different sides of necks and my fingers were too short, and that's why I learned ukulele. But now I know that there's different neck sizes, and I'm like, dang it, missed opportunities. You think ukuleles are sick? Really? Actually, a lot of songs. Oh wait, no, yeah. Alright, I thought you meant like so many people have purchased, not purchased, produced. Dang it, what's it called? Produced songs with ukuleles in it. And I was like, wait, they have? I only know one. But I read that wrong. A lot of Beba Doobie. I recently watched a podcast and they were saying her name over and over, and I was like, so that's how you pronounce it. Hey, Soul Sister's playing on ukulele? Did not know that. The ukulele is so easy though. Like you can get away with only knowing like 5 chords and you can play almost everything. My fingers are super short too, but I liked guitar enough to figure out how to play it anyway. I should have. You stretched them out. I should have done that. Gosh dang it. Missed opportunities. I think it's too late for me to stretch my fingers. I think I don't actually like the way I'm doing this. Well, that explains it. Just going in with the brush and not the blendy. I already sold the guitar. I can't keep at it. It's like 10 years too late. I sold it so long ago. Buy another. You say that like guitars aren't expensive. I'm already too poor to pay my bills. I'm in debt right now. I started off with a really shit $100 Walmart guitar. You see, but you can get a really nice ukulele for $100. See how much it's cheaper in the long run? Because then you gotta buy. Actually, I do need to buy new strings for my ukulele. People say you shouldn't stick with the stock ones, but that's not the point. I forgot the camera's up there now and not all the way over there. But yeah, I could. But that's so much of an investment, you know? I already wanted to learn how to DJ. Actually, a guitar would be cheaper than learning how to DJ. I don't know why I want to learn how to DJ, though. I know I'd be shit at it. I can't make music. I hate that I don't know when you're supposed to, like, replace strings on things. Because, you know, nobody really says. I don't think I like what I'm doing here. I was trying something new and I hate it. Maybe I should have left it unblended. Did it look cooler unblended? Can I go back that far? I don't think I can. Actually, I might. I know on guitars you can tell the strings start to get rusty and nasty. Supposed to change them every month? Every month is a lot. That's such a huge investment, because don't the strings start getting more expensive too, like if you want like really quality? Because I know I was looking for ukulele and they were like the $30 mark. For like once people are like, yeah, this is really good. I'm like, oh, I didn't know you have to change guitar strings every month. Not really. They're good strings are like 10 to 15. Am I being scammed on ukulele string set? Is what is it? Is Amazon? I was looking on Amazon. Is Amazon trying to scam me? Because I don't think ukulele strings would be more expensive than guitar strings. What gets expensive is when you have multiple guitars to restring. Oh, real. Don't they have like 6 strings? No, they have 5. They have 5 strings. Because it's one less than a ukulele. And any guitar tab, I could kind of make it into a ukulele tab. It's 6 strings. Oh no, I don't know how to count. Anyways, I could take 2 strings off and make almost any guitar like chord tab thingy into for the ukulele, because it's only 4 strings. You just look at the first 4. I could be like doing this wrong. I know I don't think I have known when things are in tune. I don't know when things are in tune, so these chords could be off. They're made out of plastic, I think. Well, mine are plastic. I think they're just made out of plastic. You don't use like metal strings for a ukulele. Yeah, you don't use metal strings. I can't believe erasing actually worked. I don't like it unblended though. I think I need to try blurry pencil. Ooh, this is huge. Why do I kind of like that? I don't kind of like the roughness of it. Does that look okay? Maybe not. Maybe if I go in though with more see, Amazon was scamming me. I was just looking at the wrong thing, I think. Man. I almost bought them too. What is this? Okay. What is this? These serial codes. I think it looks okay. I think I should move on to Porter and start on him a bit. I think if I keep doing Marche, I'm never gonna finish it. At least I blocked him out. I should probably move his hand again. No, I think it's fine. I'm a little scared because I don't know what to work on. I'll do something easy like the shirt. That is the skirt. The shirt. Mask. I don't even know what colors I want to do for it. I want to use this brush, but would that be better? I sent it to you in Discord because there's a character limit, but that's the same brand I used for my guitar strings. Super reputable. Nice. See, here's another thing I don't understand about strings. I don't understand how they work. I don't like, what do you like for ukulele? Like there's different things like tunes, and then there's also like how do you figure out like what does the tuning mean? Does it mean that it's tuned in a different way? I can't even figure out where it was. I saw something tuned in the thing of, here it is, bright and projecting, optimizing for concert ukuleles with the standard GCEA. These uke strings. Wait. No, that makes sense. I can't, sometimes I can't remember where a string is. Wait, no, isn't it? No, it's, yeah, that's right. I tuned the ukulele yesterday. That is correct. I don't know why I thought the strings were like moved. Some people tune their ukes differently for different melodies. You know, that's true. Because you can buy a capo for it. But I guess, like, if you could just tune it differently, you don't need a capo, right? It's up to preference. I don't know what my ukulele, actually. The strings, I don't know what they were tuned in. I could Google it. Oh. I think mine's a soprano. Mine was is a soprano. Yes. I'm having to go off of pictures. Because I don't think Fender has their, yeah, Seaside soprano. Is there a difference? Capos are more for higher pitches. If you were tuning something higher to sound like a capo, it may put too much tension. Oh, wait. Tuning something higher to sound like a capo. Oh. Yeah, that makes sense. Because you don't want to put them too much, if it's too tight and then you strum them. Yeah. Not that having color paralysis. I feel like I should use a gray to shade his shirt, but at the same time, I'm not sure if I should just use a darker yellow, because to me it's giving off grayish tones. I mean, zoom in, there you go. That's a gray tone. See this? I've considered getting a capo for my ukulele, but I think I already sing songs way too high, and it doesn't matter. Lighting. I just realized I don't know what I'm doing for the background, because I don't want to do the background that's there, because it's just Jesus light. That doesn't make sense. My Bixby keeps getting activated randomly today, and I think being spied on. It never hears when I talk to it, but now all of a sudden today it's hearing everything. Bixby is so unreliable. I think that would be super fun. I already forgot what I said. Oh wait, no, I see now. There was more I just did not read. I am so sorry. I should put It's you talking to Bixby through the walls. I want to do a concert stream eventually if I can find a good way to capture everything, right? I think it'd be super fun. I know! That'd be so cool. You should... I think a lot of people, when they're capturing instruments, they have it like plugged in like to where... If it's like electric... Well, no, because there's some acoustics you can plug in to record. But I think you might have to do like a 2-mic setup, don't you think? One mic that's exclusively like records audio from your guitar, and then another one for like the singing. But then at the point, it's like settings and stuff. I don't know. It gets so confusing at that point. How do people do it when they're doing their music streams? They've probably invested a lot of like money into their equipment to make it work. Kind of like how people do their IRL streams. I add white. I keep getting jump scared by him because I keep forgetting I made him so pale. But it's because once I put this color on, it's gonna be fine. Oh, why bring that high up? Yeah, I have a sound mix. I have a sound mixer right now that captures both microphone and my electric guitar. But the problem right now is that it puts the mic out of only the left ear and guitar only out of the right. That's so weird. Do that doesn't. What? It's mono. Wait, is that mono? Well, mono is one, so one audio, but why would it split it like that into one left, right? That doesn't make sense. Man, I don't know anything about recording music or technical stuff of anything, most things. So I don't even, this is just making my brain hurt more. Okay. I haven't used that one. I kind of like that. Kind of hating it now. Oh no, I can. Me neither. For real, it's tricky. That's so weird. Like, I don't understand. Technology is wild, you know? Like, I was trying to... So, I have a record player, but apparently... And it has Bluetooth. But apparently, it can only be read as a transmitter and not a receiver. So, it can't receive Bluetooth audio. Wait, no, because you can't. It can only connect to a speaker, but it won't show up like on my computer because of whatever settings it is, and I don't understand how things like that work, and I'm so confused. Like, why does it only do one and not the other? Magic, man. I'm not liking the gray. I think the gray was bad for the shirt color. Maybe I can do a hue change. Like to... do kind of like the texture. I think I'll just do a hue change because... Oh, come on. I forgot about the need to fix it. Color did I... Just do white up here. I think it's gonna close. It's very hot right now. Too much blending makes it hot and it overheats and closes. Actually not. Oh, that's a nice... Make this work. Little line green. I wonder if you could see it. That you can kind of see it on the screen. I don't know if it comes off like nice on stream. I think I like doing the clothes. I do all the clothes exactly the same, so like I'm not very good at... I think I just like to blend things into shapes, which is why I like to do the clothes, but I don't do it correctly if I'm being honest. This I don't think is the texture a shirt should have, you know? But I like to do it anyways. Fuck. Have to leave it because the whole shirt got unblended. Oh, there was an attempt there. I like these two. I'm also like, I don't think it's translating correctly as well. No, because it looks nice. I think it's just the color. I think it's that's what's throwing me off, is that I haven't fixed the color yet. Don't like it. Wait, that is... color banding. Wait, why do I kind of like that though? Is then what if... Yeah, okay, I like that. See, it all works out in the end. You just gotta color balance and then mask it. Multiply it. Oh yeah, okay, that looks so nice. Maybe I'm just like tooting my own horn here, but I think that shirt's coming out great. Ah. I don't know. I'm trying not to be too How do I describe this? I'm trying not to be too focused on like accuracy because my sister said that's what takes me so long to do things, because I've been doing this since March. I've been doing it since March. She said I should be turning things out a little quicker than that since it's a smaller canvas. But I don't know. I feel like I need to add more detail. It's time. There we go. Should I work on the fur? The furry shirt scares me. I'm not gonna lie. I could do the design on the shirt though. That would be I want it textured. About that. I kind of want it sharp, right? I think a textured might look better though. Textured might look better. Now I'm kind of scared. So if I'm really dying, didn't actually do more. I'm trying to see if I like this brush size before I commit to it fully. I can't really tell if it's the right. That makes sense. That explains why it didn't make sense. Yes. I see my errors. I don't know if I like this. Oh no, that looks good for there. I think if I just... Here. Fuck, I keep turning it the wrong way. In my head, it's pointing the other way every time I look at it. But then I take the bigger picture. Oh, maybe that's what she meant. If I do it just... Hello, Abby! How are you? Here. And get... Ah. Look at her. Can you see her? She's laying on the pillow. So cute. So cute. Oh, okay. I was like, did it freeze? Still. I don't know what brush size I want. Like this. I was gonna do all of these, but now that I'm thinking about it, I don't really want to do it. Thing complicated shirt, and I did it on the chibi. I didn't have to be as accurate. Now I feel like I need to. You know what? Who is gonna notice if it's like not exactly me? I'm going to know it is. Nobody else will. But don't want to do these leaves. Cupid shirt with leaves. Ah. Are you gonna force close? I think what I need to do is lower my noise gate. I think if I lower my noise gate, that should fix my issues with my mic, like, not picking up all the time, maybe? Maybe not. Mic audio filters. Gate. I need to see it. Fix it though. Define mic. Oh no, because it's like... Is this better? Would it pick up better? It's sweet. I don't know. We're gonna go to 30 though. And see if that works. It's a little funny, but why is it kind of accurate? Wait a minute. Why does it kind of work though? Dang, why does it kind of work though? Shinmara, you claimed your daily soul. Congratulations, you now have 5. How are you doing? How are you doing today, Shinmara? I'm gonna draw Rose. How do you... Also, should I, instead of his... So, Porter's DJs, but he doesn't do a lot of EDM anymore. I'm wondering if I should draw Porter with his little apple guitar. He has a cute little apple. Oh. It do be 5 a.m. or p.m.? It do be 5. Wait, sorry. 5 check-ins. I completely forgot. Sorry. I get it now. I understand now. It do be 5. You actually have more, probably. I think because you claimed it before when it was just a point. I didn't save any of that information though. I can't. Actually, that's a lie. I can pull it up here. I could pull it up here and change it, possibly. It'd be currency. Maybe not. I don't know if this works. No, it doesn't. I thought it would work. But it doesn't. There's a way for me to see it. I know it did. There is. I know there's a way. There's a will there. It's 1 a.m. It is 12 a.m. for me. NDD commands action. Rip. Rip. Are you still at work? So you said you usually work around this time, don't you? Or is this when you get off? I can't remember. You told me, but I have such bad memory. Memory. Do not be good. First was one too, but first is different. I don't think I have the first one anymore. Doo -doo. There should be a way to see souls. How many do I have? Oh, user souls. Command, give souls. Add all souls. No, you're home today? That's good. I'm gonna claim my soul. 31! I've only been here for 31 of my streams. Maybe that's all I've done. This little apple tower. Wait, there's one. Wait, there's one that's shaped like an apple, and one that's shaped like a regular car, but painted like an apple. Cute. How do I make? How do I do to show my? There it is. Look at this guitar. It's shaped like an apple. But then there's the one that's actually shaped like an apple. Apple. That's an apple guitar. Then he has this one that's not an apple. Painted. I think that's pretty neat. So anyways, I don't know if I should draw him with that one or with the DJ thing, because he doesn't really DJ as much anymore, but he does still sometimes. I'm gonna see him DJ in July. No, June. I'm gonna go see him DJ in June. So technically he still does DJ, just not as much, you know. Very confused. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Body 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 oh. Let's do his sleeve. We're on a roll, so we should keep going. Chinese incomplete. We did gray on his shirt, but ended up changing the color. But I also feel like can I even mimic texture though? Texture. We add dots. We'll just see where the dots go. He's not connected to his shirt. I really need to get better at color blocking. I think what I keep accounting for line art when I color block, and I gotta just take it all the way to the edge, man. Take it to the edge. Yeah, that looks shit. Actually, no, it doesn't look that bad. I think if I would have done a golder color, though, I think a gold would have really made it pop in what I'm looking for. Like a little fluorescent. Possibly? Not fluorescent. Shimmery, is that what I'm looking for? Metallic? Shimmery? Shiny? I'm looking for something. Oh, come on. Where? A yellow? None of these colors are changing anything? It's too light of a... Nothing's changing. I don't know why. I could just alpha lock and attempt to go over with a gold. This one. See the difference then? Then... to there. Can't see. Alpha lock. Multiply. Yeah. Yes, that's so cute. I have to go to that bathroom. I will be right back. I'm having cereal. I think I'm gonna play a video, watch a video while I'm doing this. Because I keep forgetting to look up. And I think it will. Okay. Well, that is showing that, which is, that is... And catch it. I don't know where to put it. I don't know where to put it because either way, it's just bad placing. You can't see some of the video there. Here's too much too. You wish you had cereal? I wish I had chips. I'm not gonna lie. I'm eating cereal, but I wanted chips. I think I'm gonna put the video here. Is that fine? Should I make the video bigger? Because if I'm working, honestly, size. Okay. Let me hide this one now. Look at you. Know what I'm doing, I swear. I keep forgetting you can't hear me if I like am not close to the mic. I wish I could figure out good settings, but I am not a setting person. I also need to set up the page. I think I have one that I want to watch. So audio would be for this one, not DMCA browser, but just browser. Yes, just browser, which would be, where's the YouTube? Oh, this one. Studio mode. Then we turn this one back on. No. There we go. We turn this one on. Don't know what that other one was. Because, wait. We can just put it huge here. This. Then we'll just make me smaller. Like that. I'm here. I am.
In this video, I'm going to build a machine that tricks your brain into feeling pain. Put your arm into the armhole. Will. Oh, there's camping gas.
Yeah.
Push and hold the button. It's a pain machine.
Now we're gonna work on this while eating. Well, first we're gonna eat cereal. Watch this.
My therapist says that I need to be more positive. So before we start this video, I'm going to share 3 things that I like about old people. The first thing that I love about old people is when they use self-checkout, they're genuinely trying their best, even though they're extremely bad at it. The second thing that I like about old people is they
Old
drive
people.
really safe by going half the speed limit. And the third and final thing is I like the wisdom that old people pass down onto us. Like my middle school teacher, Mr. Sart, always used to say, no pain, no gain. No pain, no gain. No pain, no gain. I don't know what that means, Mr. Sart. I'm 12 years old. Puberty is pain, and the only thing I've gained is hair between my butt cheeks. But that's my stick.
4 forks is all you need.
When did he get a
someone
kid?
Experience pain. You also need a glass of hot water and cold water that you put the forks inside of.
It's called the thermal grill illusion.
The hot water should be warm, like shower temperature, not scalding hot. You stagger them every other, and when you put your arm on them, it feels like it's being burned.
Is it actually burning me? Now I have to double check if it's actually burning me. Let me show you what that looks like on this thermal camera that I stole.
Thermal cam.
So your body has different nerves for feeling hot and cold. But really hot will trigger both, which your brain feels as a burn. And because your body is stupid and doesn't have infinite nerves, putting hot and cold into a small enough area tricks your brain into feeling a burn.
And if I remove the cold forks, and it's just the warm forks, it just feels warm.
Isn't that cool?
I've seen
Cool.
people demonstrate an experiment with the thermal grill, but I've not seen somebody push it as far as they possibly can. So if we make somebody scream in like a bad way, that's my goal. I want to make someone scream, preferably like a small child or a woman. What if I sit on it with my butt cheek? Okay, I can't really feel a whole lot. Maybe my butt is not sensitive. I have high hopes for this experiment.
The next step is to figure out how to cool and heat our forks.
Wow, I've been shading with the wrong color.
But this might also get me in trouble with my wife. She really likes her forks. I don't like these ones. I actually really hate these forks. It's called the yogurt cup test. If you put the fork into a cup of yogurt and it falls over, your fork is too heavy. The back of your fork is too heavy. I've explained this to my wife a dozen times, and she insists.
Heavy forks are
Continue
gold.
to use these forks.
So I found these pelty, how do you say this?
Just a little thing. It's like a bathroom tile. It's like a ceramic.
When you hook them up to electricity, one side gets hot and the other side gets cold.
So I'm gonna turn the voltage up. I'm at 3 volt. Wow. That's
I think I was really hungry
pronounced feet.
because this is the best cereal I've ever had in my life.
LTA? There's an R at the end.
My health insurance keeps getting more expensive, but what if I increase my pain tolerance using the thermal grill so I can wait longer before going to the doctor, which would save me money?
This is actually my old wood router and Kevin's laser rust remover. We combined them to make a 2,000-watt laser cutter that can cut through half-inch steel. What's your health insurance?
I pay $0 a month for my health insurance. I don't have health insurance.
Oh, I have a good idea that I think we can go to the doctor with less.
Okay.
I'm grinding. I'm riding on the floor. I'm juicing.
After sanding the new aluminum grill, I applied thermal paste to help remove excess heat. This is because Peltiers generate 10 times more hot than cold because they're French.
This is test number 1, okay? This feels extremely hot. I'm not scared of it though. I wonder if I could make it hotter.
I made these extra plates to see if the size and spacing of the grills made any difference, and after a bit of testing,
This one's not really doing it.
in my opinion, the largest grill, which is about 1 centimeter wide, was the most painful.
Oh! Woo! 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 Is anyone else's LTT screwdriver like this? It's got like skin. I've been yanking on my balls. It's just mushy. I don't want to say what it feels like I'm grabbing. Listen. Last week, I figured out I was being charged money every single month for a streaming service that I hadn't used in over a year. I know, I'm an idiot. I said I was gonna cancel it and I didn't, and then I forgot. Today's video is sponsored by Rocket Money, the personal finance app that helps you cancel subscription, lower bills, and manage your money. Once I connected my bank account, Rocket Money instantly showed me all my subscriptions in one clean list with just a couple of taps. I could cancel the ones I didn't need anymore. No long phone calls, no customer service arguments. I'm really good at those, but I don't have time. It also helped me create a custom budget and notifies me when I have an upcoming bill or my balance is low. Super helpful if you're trying to stick to a savings goal. For users using the premium features, they've saved up to $740
You don't need it to.
a year.
Oh
And
yeah,
get
Rocket
this,
Money.
they've
Does
saved
Rocket
people
Money
over
work?
$500 million
Anyways,
in canceled subscriptions.
You
so
donated
far. To take control of
250
your
points to the
finances today by
ball
going to
challenge.
rocketmoney.com/Osmond or clicking the link
You
in the
know
description
what?
below
If we
to try
did
Rocket Money
somehow
for
root
free.
ship the
Or
goal,
unlock
the
more
goal, I
features
would
and
shave my head bald.
Come on in.
There, I said it.
I don't want to do this. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. It feels like my skin is burning off. Oh my gosh, it feels like it's burning my skin off.
I have a challenge.
It had
for you.
another name. What was the other name?
Seconds, we'll keep your forks. And if we can't, then we get the forks that I want. Forks that pass the yogurt test.
You have no say in what
Because
forks
your
you have.
forks don't pass
You
the.
have,
If you put the fork in a
No,
yogurt cup
I don't
and it's
care.
empty, it falls over.
they're pretty.
Pretty heavy.
They're pretty. If you want your own forks to throw in the garage, that's fine. They're not coming in the house.
Oh, I can get my own garage forks?
If you want to eat yogurt in the garage alone.
Let's get this.
Those are a little
out
too
onto
pink,
the
huh?
tray. Nice.
I should add some
I spent the
gray
past 2
tone.
hours setting up this DIN rail, running all these cables, and making sure everything is robust and safe so I don't electrocute myself. I think I've made a lot of progress. And it's important to take care of my mental health by rewarding
You forgot.
And what better reward is there at midnight but ice cream cone, please?
Ice machine's been cleaned right now.
Oh, the ice cream machine's been cleaned. Do you know when it'll be fixed?
Not until tomorrow.
Have you ever seen Shrek 4D or any other 3D movie that squirts water on you when somebody sharts? Burning is just one sensation. Burning is just one sensation. You and I have 5 senses: sight, sound, smell, taste, touch.
I swallowed it whole.
A hair dryer.
Remove the plug.
What?
Add a button.
Imagine you can't see any of this. You just put your arm in the hole and you feel hot air on your arm. Blowtorch sounds play. All of a sudden you go, ah, happy bird! Wow, why is that 119 degrees? When did that happen? I think we've made a lot of progress. And it's good for your mental health for a reward. I drove to a different city. Can I please get an ice cream cone?
Unfortunately, our ice cream machine is down at the moment.
Oh, the ice cream machine's down at the moment. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
You just want an ice cream cone, man.
And now I'm stuck in the drive-thru. And I'm gonna have to awkwardly drive by as I don't pay anything. And I don't get any ice cream. This sucks. I'm just gonna eat some cheese slices. I don't even want ice cream from McDonald's anymore. This is a good reward.
I'm choking on cereal, man.
Growing on these. When did that happen?
Would you believe me if I told you it took 2 months to finish all 5 senses?
I definitely procrastinate, but there's 2 parts to
Your
the
ice
thing.
cream machine is down
Everything I
too.
couldn't fit in the box. Sight. This one was easy. Somewhere between Guantanamo Bay and CIA.
I think it's a big conspiracy.
LED check.
They just don't want people to have ice
I
cream.
added a little air tube to simulate torch sounds. And a taser for the torch ignition, 2 speakers playing sound effects that I timed to the whole mechanism. Touch. The 2 pistons on the front grab your arm, and the 3rd piston on the inside pushes the thermal grill
People
up into
just
the palm.
don't want
I couldn't find
people to
a piece
have
small
fun.
enough, So I had to build this 90-degree conversion mechanism. Coward. Oh! Hair dryer. Check. And smell is the nasty little cherry on top. I added
My
smell
ice
by
cream machine
pulling
is
the heating
down.
element out of this $10 toaster
Is that why I don't
and
have
making my
ice
own
cream
little
right now?
coil, and then sprinkling a bunch of hair on top of it.
Ugly
Then I connected it
subs.
in series with the hair dryer to act as a resistor, and then switched it with 2 relays because it turns out if you don't limit the current,
He's
your
so
wires
pink.
catch on fire.
Maybe it's because I haven't put anything else on him.
Disgusting. God,
But
that
I was
smells-
like jump scared.
Whoa! Whoa! That was a horrible smell. Why did I do that? Taste. 'Cause I didn't come up with anything for taste. First, you insert the plug of
Taste.
consent, and then you insert and turn the key of consent. I really don't want to get sued. Then simply place your arm into the hole and line your fingers up with the outline on the button. Then press down Oh, wow. Oh my goodness. Okay, yeah, okay. I can feel it's getting warm. Everything is timed with these cams. The only Arduino code running is just to flicker the LED.
I'm fucking
it's
it up.
all analog. Ow, 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 ow. And if you don't like it, oh wow, that is nasty. What a lovely experience. This might be one of the best things I've ever built. Put your hand in the hole, slide your fingers up, press and hold.
I don't understand what's happening. What's happening? What's happening?
What is this?
You let go?
Oh,
We licked all the cans.
Why would I keep my hand on the button?
What do you see?
There is smoke. I want to let go. I want to let go.
Oh, hey mom, you want to do the paint box?
It appears my paint box is working perfectly.
That's horrible. Oh.
No, hold it.
I want to let go. I can feel it's hot. I don't like this. I want to let go. Ow.
Would you put your hand in the box?
Ew. Ah. I don't even
Be
know.
honest. Would you put your hand in the box?
Was
You wouldn't.
painful?
Why not?
It burned my hand.
Did you feel pain?
No.
I'm starting to worry my pain machine doesn't cause enough pain.
Why
Which
not?
might be a problem because I just told Michael that I'm bringing it to his house to test it.
Michael!
Are you good? You got it? I know one hand is hard. Michael! Hey! No, I was. The garage door is broken? How about the front door? We're trying to be positive here, so I'm gonna tell you about something that I am really proud of. Growing up, I didn't have anybody to share my inventions with. I was the only kid trying to build machines.
Why
but that
won't you
changed
put your hand in the
when I
box?
was in the internet. You're not even gonna try to push the button? Michael, my butt is too big for this garage door. And I've spent the last 2 years.
No,
of
he
my
has
life
really dark
organizing an event
circles.
Where people like
I'm gonna
you
add
and
that
me
in.
can show off their inventions in person. I'm gonna bring the paint machine to open source so you guys can try it for yourselves. If you wanna show off something you've built, send me your inventions. I put a link in the description. It costs you nothing. It's completely free. It fills up really fast. Hurry up and apply as soon as possible. Does the front door work?
The front door is also broken.
Oh, yeah?
Ooh.
It works. It worked when I hit the button. So if you're anything like me and you like science and engineering and want to see all the cool stuff people in this community build in real life, you can buy a ticket to Open Source right now before the price
Oh,
goes up.
is that
It's something
Caitlin?
really
It is
tickets are gonna
Caitlin.
sell out this
Why
year,
does
so I
it-
strongly
why does it
recommend
look
it
like
as soon as
that?
possible. OpenSauce.com, link in the description. July
I don't have that
18th to 20th,
Caitlin.
San Francisco, San Mateo County Event Center.
Global, Twitch Global.
You think it's a taser, and that's
Do I have her? And I just never looked.
You ready?
Oh, I do have her. I just saw her. Where'd it go?
You got that?
I lost it. Gosh damn it.
What's the worst that could happen?
What if we just like hang out? He only ever hits us on this shit.
Put your palm on the plastic bit.
There it is.
Put your
Ah,
Michael.
Heimendinger. Oh, they have so many.
Until I tell you to stop. Okay.
I don't know if I don't know if I want to
Michael,
press the button. I don't really think I want to
Push it and hold it, or everyone's gonna think that.
Okay.
The throwing ass one is so funny. Pokimane got some of her cat Mika made today, I think. I do not have Pokimane, so I don't think I have any ones that throws ass.
How long do I have?
Fortunately.
I heard the taser. Why are the gears spinning?
Just hold the button.
Yeah, I don't have any
Holding it.
I don't
I
have
like it.
anything
Oh, hold it, hand down.
except for like,
Down, it's down. It's getting hot. Getting hot, Will.
yeah, I don't have one. Sash. When in doubt,
What is this?
What did that
I
feel
have
like?
this one, but it's a better TV one.
Did it feel like you're being burned?
Like it's being burned.
Yeah. No?
Oh wait. Camera's on.
Yeah.
Holy fuck! Oh, dude, oh, fuck, Dad! Oh, fuck! What are you doing? Ah, you did the do.
Did it feel hot?
What did it do?
It burned you. Did it feel hot?
So what was supposed to happen?
You got burned. Did it feel like you got burned?
Kinda, yeah. So it just burnt your hand. What is this?
I think that that one is so ugly. That processing emote, I think it's one of the ugly ones I have. I have a lot of ugly ones, but that one's one of them. One of the ugliest.
Touch them at the same time, though. Feels like feels like it's burning.
Yeah, it does.
No matter how much time you spend working on something, it almost never goes right. And sometimes it's not even your fault.
I think I need to draw his eyebrows. I think that's what's throwing me off. I'm like, something here is not right. Something is off.
And it didn't feel like it was
Probably because he has no brows. Don't worry, I'll fix you.
tiny baby hands. So when he lined his fingers up on the marks on the button, his palm went right into the thermal grill. So he was feeling the thermal grill before he was supposed to. Holy shit. Your hands are actually really small.
Smaller than a normal man's hands.
Yeah.
I don't know what's going on.
I got a little bit of a tap from a lever.
No, I'm not mad at you. You can do it again.
Oh my god, yeah.
It kind of does burn?
It does.
Like, that's a cool feeling.
I don't know what's wrong with Alex, Ernst, and Ted, though.
You don't smell the burning hair?
The palm.
Why don't I do it third consecutive time?
Third consecutive time.
I can't consent for you.
Are you burning off?
If I made new emotes, what would be a cool one to have?
My own hair on a toaster.
I'm thinking
on Amazon for $10.
of doing different animated ones, but what would be a cool one to have?
Can I get an ice cream cone?
Ice cream cone.
One ice cream cone?
Let's go!
Well, riddle me this. Riddle me this. And we can put this on the second
And
channel.
that's the part of my hair that... That's the meanest thing you could have said.
No. What's up, William Osmond 2? I'm so excited here. We're gonna do another farming video today.
You too. If you're anything like us, I think you'll enjoy open sauce.
Ah!
Oh, is that real or that one fake?
It's real.
That was real?
Yeah, no, 100%.
Did you just look at the camera and say that, or did you mean it honestly?
No, I didn't jim the camera from the office.
Is that what that's called, jimming the camera?
I fucked up the things. The cozy ones are so
Your
cute.
grandparents were dead? Head on over to opensauce.com.
Something like that one. I could do a cozy one.
Buy a ticket. I also have a rat problem at my house, and I need to build traps. So if you guys have any idea for
A cozy
traps or how
one.
to get rid of rats,
And then maybe should I do one of this one? That'd be funny.
the best ones.
I could do an animated one like that one. I don't know how I do it where when it get that like I think it's so funny. I don't know how to do it. Maybe it'd be just the jacket.
My name is William.
But that'd be funny. I think I'd have to do it like all the like still wearing like shirt and pants because I can't since I'm not green and my VTuber is not green. It would look weird if I did not have.
The reason it's a problem is because
Is this my VTuber? No, it's not. It'd be weird if it was completely not colored, so I think it'd be in the outfit, my VTuber's outfit with, and then the VTuber wears a jacket, and I can do it like that, and I think that'd be funny.
Extremely concerned. The total distance fallen is over 1/4 mile. This is the actual number of times my phone smashed into the ground last year. Really loud. Oh, my ears.
Wonder if I can do this right. I want to do his lips, which I might do with this.
I asked you guys for ideas.
I'm scared. Doing the matte lips always terrifies me because I fucking suck at lips.
You guys submitted 55.
Oh, don't tell me. God damn it, I'm full of layers. My layers are full. It's happened.
Over and over and over again. What is a yo-yo phone? I googled it and I have no idea what a yo-yo phone is. Is this how old people feel all the time? Retractable phone cable.
Okay. Don't know what that is. We can delete it. Delete it. Delete it. Delete it. Look, let's see.
Rocket phone. I like that.
We'll leave that one because I don't know what that is.
This is my crash test dummy. And this is my little rocket. And these
What's I doing again?
Take one of these.
Lips.
I should open this face. And we shove it up into here. That doesn't fit at all. 1 second. That'll do her.
I get to do it.
Fire in the hole! Fire in the hole! Fire in the hole! That was awesome. Rockets are normally used to make things go up, but the same physics applies to things that are going down to make them not go down as much. What I'm trying to say is I think we need a bigger rocket. Dummy phone with a bigger rocket. I need earplugs. Where are the earplugs? I need earplugs. The less questions you ask, the better for all of us. This is first test of the rocket phone. I'm just gonna drop it and ignite it at the same time. 3, 2, 1.
This might be too bad.
Well, that could have gone worse. God, it smells like crap in here. The good news is that it did have an effect. The bad news is the phone is completely destroyed. It could have been worse. We did get a positive result. Let's check the damage. Burnt some of these plastic bags over here. It melted a hole in my safety jacket. Very intense series of skid marks on the ground. Very similar to my old family dog. I can tell you that the phone
Family
is broken. Now, you
dog.
see that little red indicator right there? See it? You see the red line right here? I built this crash test dummy by measuring the height, width, and thickness of the phone with my caliper, and then 3D printed this model of it. On the back side, there's a cavity for this shock sensor that's commonly used for shipping packages. You put that into here, and if either of those bars turned red, it means the phone experienced an impact greater than 5 Gs. It's pretty cool, right? How about you guys help me come up with a name for this spot right here down in the comments below? If you're curious how the detector works, so am I. So I printed out the patent. But then I realized that we don't need no stinking patent.
He's a little too juicy. We need a
macro mode. This is amazing.
decrease
feature of
it.
The new Pixel. You can see that this
Oops,
sensor
that's
has
too
a
much.
weight and these little plastic filament. And on little impacts, it moves a little bit, but then it resets. But on a large impact, it pushes just too far down and it latches into place. I did the math. It turns out that one of the small rocket motors is actually perfect size for this. Let's see if the small rocket motor can protect the phone from a fall. 3, 2, 1. Oh my God. Wait, that actually kind of worked. No way. Well, still triggered. The sensor broke the screen a little bit. That looks so good. You can see it slowing down. It comes to a complete stop, and then the motor's just got
too
a bit
juicy.
power after the
His
fact.
lips are
You can
too
see it comes to
juicy.
a
How do I
stop
fix
about
this?
15 inches above the ground. This is the back angle. It flips and then smacks into the ground. Still pretty hard.
Lips are like my weak points. I don't know how to do lips other than a juicy lip.
I can't shake the feeling that you guys are trying to kill me. Maybe we try something a little bit less lethal. What are our other ideas? Yo-yo phone. God! I feel like people are just plagiarizing each other. This is not a unique enough idea. Like, there's no way you're not copying. This isn't school. You don't have to leave an answer. God, is that yo-yo phone really? Really? That's what you want? Yo-yo phone. Yo-yo phone.
How do we unjuicify it?
I'll make a yo-yo.
That is too juicy.
You can't stop me now. Now it's my dream, my ambition. I'm making this. I got a yo-yo. I haven't played with one of these in like 15 years. I've probably still got it in me. I used to be the reigning yo-yo champion. They used to say, yo, loser.
Yo.
God, I don't miss those days. Ooh, yeah, wah, yahoo, woohoo, woohoo, yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. God,
This,
one,
I hate
two,
this.
walk the dog,
Whatever this
walk the
blendy
dog, walk the
thing
cat.
is. Punch, punch, punch.
Your stupid idea, my ingenious application of it. Yo-yo phones. 3, 2, 1. It's stuck on my hand. It's too wide. It won't rotate. I can't. Oh, there we go. I got it. Attempt number 2. 3, 2, 1.
Suffering from success, I guess. Suffering from success.
I don't understand what I did wrong. Is it off balance? Of course it's off balance. It's 2 phones glued to a yo-yo. All right.
And this is where we
next
erase the whole
idea.
thing because it looked
Would you
bad.
believe me if I told you I'm a degreed engineer? Boingy ball or
Degree?
spring phone first? What is that,
Chat,
yo-yo
are you a
phone?
degreed
Yo-yo phone? I already
engineer?
did yo-yo phone. I'm not doing yo-yo phone again. All right, I'm doing spring phone first. 3, 2, 1. Oh, that's wicked. It totally worked. Oh my God. 3, 2, 1. Oh my God. What is this, a good idea? This is spring phone from 8 feet in the air. 3, 2, 1, drop. The detector fell out. we just do face down now? Like, I guess we have to. 3, 2, 1.
I have to
Oh,
do
I
a
think we found
clipping
something that breaks the phone. Did you hear the
clipping
sound?
mask.
Spring phone, except I'm gonna yeet it.
No.
I don't know. Spring phone. There's something there. Whoever came up with this idea that I was ragging on, I'm so sorry. You are a genius, a certified genius. I don't have any authority to give you.
I can't tell if this is clipping right. It's not. No, it
All right,
is.
for my next
Just
convention,
okay.
balls. You guys like balls?
Okay.
This one's got a lot of balls. This is gonna be bad. This is such a stupid idea. 3, 2, 1. Well, gotta buy a new GoPro now. It did trigger the 5G drop sensor. Something I've noticed is boingy balls have got a sort of mucus on them. I think the hot glue is not sticking super well to it. So let's just go higher. Boingy ball from super high in the air, maybe like 8 feet. 3, 2, 1. Yeah, it's like reactive armor. You're just gonna have segments exploding off. For this throw, my motivation is gonna be, I'm Mark Rober and the president just texted me saying I'm not allowed to play with squirrels anymore.
What?
Oh! Woo!
Squirrels?
God, it's gone. Nope, it's not gone, it's right here. What's my verdict? Boingy ball phone case. Let's try something a little bit less safe. Big Willie like. A car airbag. I can't show you the logo because well, actually, you know what? I have an idea. One sec. Get up. This steering wheel is absolutely
dirty.
rancid. This is 20 years of goo buildup. If you do not know what you're doing, don't play with an airbag. How does it work? There's a small explosion inside that they call a gas generator, which generates a bunch of gas and inflates the bag. I think this would work really well for the phone. If it can stop your face, it can stop a phone. This is a good idea.
It could break your face.
Are you ready to see my new invention? Let me show you my new invention. It's an airbag.
Oh no. I keep making it worse and worse.
What are the police gonna do? Stop me? What crime?
It's getting worse.
Don't let it fit.
You have to...
Why is everything you have broken?
You wanna press the button?
No.
Babe, you've barely touched any of your button. 3, 2, 1. Did you like that?
No.
That was awesome. Oh, it's warm. That really is not a good smell. Whoa, it's like boiling. I'll spit on it.
Ew.
Oh, it smells like burnt spit now. William, where are you getting all these steering wheels? Keep asking questions like that and you're gonna find yourself at the bottom of a lake. For some reason, there's just a bunch of steering wheels at the bottom of a lake. Like, it's very weird. I don't understand it. It's probably bad for the fish, but I'm doing my duty. I'm collecting them all. Anyways, I hope that answers your question. Oh my God, these things are everywhere. Actually, you know what? If you want to buy a boingy ball, I'm gonna put them on Cat Warehouse. And how about a quarter? And then, free shipping? A quarter, that's a great deal. 1 quarter and free shipping. I'm gonna lose money. So how's the airbag actually gonna save the phone? Well, some of you guys suggested to have a little RC car follow me around. So I went and bought this motorized police car.
Stop juicing it. I know. I can't help but juice it. I only know how to draw one type of lip and it's juicy.
And then it drives around following your phone. Come on, go forward. Go forward! Are we ready?
Make him juicy.
3, 2, 1.
It's so juicy. Oh my God.
Very interesting.
Oh no.
Oh, it's like a bag of burnt popcorn.
How do I unjuicify him?
Oh wait, the screen is gone?
More skin tone. We'll just blend out his. We'll blend it out with the skin tone.
I feel like I should have learned some sort of lesson, but I can't think of anything.
The fact I was like, let me add a little more definition, more juice to it. So he said that, and I was like, that's right. We're trying not to be juicy.
And I attached it to a cell phone. But part of me wonders what happens if you're making a call and the airbag goes off. Well, I've got my friend here, Mr. Bones, to help us figure that out.
Mr. Bones!
Konnichiwa! Mr. Bones, you speak Japanese? Well, good news is my Pixel 7 Pro has live translate that allows me to communicate in over 48 different languages.
48 different languages.
I have riddles waiting for you.
Ah, a riddle.
Which bone is not?
How am I getting what?
No,
You're getting an erectile dysfunction ad.
Phones, most of them don't survive.
That's so funny.
God, look how much better you look wearing some
Wait,
swag
why
from
did they become juicier?
Mr. Bones, what's that sound?
Every time I try to fix it, he's just juicy. That's so funny. I don't know.
Mr. Bones. Oh god, it smells so bad. Why do I keep walking into the smoke every time? Oh, your hand is completely gone. Here's the phone. Where's the airbag? There's the airbag. Oh my god. Jeez. All right, did the phone survive? No, it didn't. That's a new speed record on how quickly I have dismembered a Mr. Bones. All right, next idea is a drone phone. All right. Welcome to my workbench. I'm going to take you through the painstaking step-by-step process that is required for building a drone phone. Look at that. I've already finished that. It took
For
me
your erectile
5
dysfunction.
seconds.
That's so funny.
No, yeah, what am I doing? Why do people watch these videos? This is my drone phone, as you can see.
Drone phone.
It's a phone and a drone. My speed controller is a switch. 3, 2, 1. I gotta plug the battery in. Just get that in. Ow! Ah! All right, drone phone. In
Drone
3,
phone.
2, 1. Let her rip, baby. Well, this is interesting. Perhaps we've invented a new vehicle. A car, but the wheels are sideways. Maybe it'll work without the phone in it. God. All right, the drone and phone weighs 232 grams, and it produces 11 grams of thrust, or 10 grams of thrust. God, it sounds like it's dying too. The drone would have to be an order of magnitude more powerful than the current one. You would literally have a drone with a phone on it, not a phone with a drone on it.
Which is being sus. That's so
it
funny.
stands out to catch the phone when it falls. That's ingenious. And they said Einstein was dead? No, I'm not joking. This is actually a fantastic idea. Who is this man? Aaron. I don't know what you do for a living, but you should quit your job and become an inventor. If you give me your ideas, I'll build them. We'll become rich together. Wood. I need cylinders, pneumatic cylinders, and wood. Where is wood? Right here. Okay, let's cut some wood.
Wood. Is he too juicy? How is he? Is he? Maybe if I outline, if I do a little outlining line.
There, battery gets plugged in, then the high pressure air inlet gets plugged.
If I think, if I do a little outline,
Oh God!
which I don't remember what I used on Marche, but if I did it, I'm hoping I did it the way I did it last time, and it was this detail brush.
Actually, I'm not gonna ask for permission. Wait.
And then like this skin. What the fuck?
Yes,
What is he doing?
Oh no. All right, boys, which dress do we want? Something white, maybe?
Oh my gosh.
This one's nice.
I love that dress.
Those are pants. Yeah, I'm gonna borrow this one.
I really like
Can I
that
borrow
dress.
this one? Thank you.
Are you gonna ruin it?
I'm gonna wear it. Can my dress catch the Google Pixel 7 Pro? 3, 2, 1.
What is he doing?
The dress is too tight. Oh, yeah, all right, okay. I need a different dress. I need a looser dress. Please help me pick out a dress. Please.
I don't really know,
I
William.
need a dress that the wind will pick up. I've got a different dress. This one expands a little bit more. 3, 2, 1. Why didn't the front go up? Only the back went up.
Oh God, it all went up. Ow! Oh, oh there's an actual chance this crushes my balls.
Oh my God.
2, 1. Oh, it caught it. It's a little twisted up. I think we gotta work on the deployment. Actually, I don't really want to work on this one anymore. Ow! Would you say yes if I asked you to prom?
Would you say yes if he asked you to
The
prom?
next great idea is balloons.
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 Balloons. I've always wanted to work with high pressure gas. In this cartridge is 2,500 PSI, 2,500 PSI of helium gas. What if we strap this to a cell phone? This is gonna work great. This is the part where I explain to you in disgustingly minute detail how every single part of this works. And if I even see a single percentage drop in retention, I will show high pressure air tank. That's welded shut. When you screw this all the way down, it punctures it and it releases it into the system through these high pressure fittings. Once the gas is in the system, this is a solenoid valve. When I open this, it'll come through here, through this manifold and into the balloons. You might have noticed that these valves look very heavy. They are. And that is what this is for. This detaches the phone from the rest of the system. So when it's dropped, it can fill the balloons and evacuate up and away without all this extra weight. The servo motor pulls this little clip out and that allows the phone to leave. But if the phone leaves and the balloons are filled, bing bong, caveman brain, the gas will just leak out.
Bing bong.
That's what this white fitting here is for. It's a check valve. Did I put that the right way? I did. Oh God, it's glued down. I hope I did. All right, let's turn it on and see if it explodes.
Up and down releases the phone, and left actuates the solenoid for the gas.
I'm sure this is gonna go fine. What?
Bing bong.
What the hell was that?
What was that? That cartridge cost $20. It didn't work at all? Why did the one balloon fill up and the other ones didn't?
Why does nothing I make work on the first try? It always works. It's just, it takes longer than one try.
Another $20 down the drain. I put thread sealer on it this time.
Bing bong.
It's leaking from here? $40! Ah!
Tank number 5, I have officially spent
$100 on helium. Wait, that's all? That's not nearly enough. Are you kidding me? This is 2,500 PSI. How much gas is in here? 2.4 grams? Is that a lot? Doesn't sound like a lot.
This is so frustrating. I'm so frustrated right now.
It turns out, even at 2,500 PSI, one of those disposable cartridges is only enough gas to fill up one balloon in its entirety. You would need a canister bigger than my head to make it work. You know what? I actually really don't want to do that. I can't believe how well all these ideas are working. The parachute. I think you might actually be onto something. There's a common problem across all these ideas, that they take too long to deploy. Except the springs are the bouncy balls that are always active. Dropping your phone from a handheld height doesn't give you a lot of time to determine if the phone is in free fall or if it's just you jumping off of a step or shaking the phone up and down or tossing it into the air gently. How do you determine the difference between someone jumping off a small ledge or throwing their phone onto their bed versus an actual free fall? There's not enough time to safely activate a mechanism, and we've seen the consequences of what happens when it goes off unintentionally.
Ooh.
Pretend these eggs are people. People can survive short falls like this, but they can't survive tall falls.
Short fall is alive, tall fall is dead.
But the parachute solves all of these problems. If we only focus on the really tall falls, tall enough that you'll die if you were falling off, then we don't have to worry about false positives because they were already going to die.
Okay, William.
Servo to open the parachute, 2 batteries, microprocessor, an accelerometer. And if it's in free fall for greater than half a second, it deploys the parachute by opening the servo. If I drop it from casual texting height, nothing happens, no chute open. But if I drop it from a height that it spends over half a second in free fall, the parachute deploys. That means this case
I don't know how to draw facial hair, I'm not gonna lie.
incredibly high heights.
Another
I'm gonna
weakness of
throw it
mine.
in the air. 3, 2, 1.
I also don't think I'm gonna finish this soon. Every time I do it, I find something I hate.
Why? Why? It just worked. What did it? This feels like a fantastic opportunity to share with you guys one of the features of the Pixel 7 Pro. It's called the Magic Eraser. The way the Magic Eraser works, I'm gonna take a picture of my shame. One simple step, I can erase my shame. Look at that, it's gone. It's almost as if it never happened.
Dun dun
I
dun.
got it still right there. Guess how many hours of sleep I got last night? The first one didn't work, but that's the beauty of engineering, is you just get beaten into the ground over and over again, but
I
eventually
think he was sponsored by the phone.
See, it worked fine when I dropped it flat, but the instant I threw it, it induced a spin, and that spin caused, I guess, I don't know, maybe inducing
I
an
keep making
acceleration
everything juicy. I know. I can't help it. He was juicy too, and I somehow made him not juicy, but I don't remember how I did it. I don't remember how I did it because I did it like I kept doing it and erasing it and doing it and erasing it until I found like 2 that I really liked, and I think I combined them.
I don't want to reset it. I feel like I'm sending my child.
But I don't know how to not. How do I unjuicify?
Pixel 7 Pro
There's also.
parachute. In 3, 2.
I don't know. They're just so juicy.
I don't know if that's a success or a failure. But either way, this seems like a perfect moment to talk about the dedicated 5x zoom camera on the Google Pixel 7 Pro. This is the 5x.
I think I need to darken the line art too.
This is the 30x.
Did I just realize whatever line art I used for Marche?
Wow, I can see.
I think I know what I did. I used a monoline, I
I
think.
know what it looks like in person though. Even though the 30 zoom showed me everything I needed to see. Oh God. Oh my God. Oh, it's been munched. It opened up.
What if I just steal his color?
It hit the ground really hard. I don't really know. Maybe it's actually perfect. Maybe it did everything it needed to do.
We're gonna do a big ol' yoink.
I don't know.
And just in case I like it, like the other one.
Somehow that was worse. All right. It just folds down, flicks it out. Also, you notice how bright it was outside? When did that happen? I did figure out a way to protect the phone, pretty much guaranteed though. I'll tell you that in a second. Right after I say that this video was sponsored by Google Pixel. The new Pixel 7s are out now. This is the Pro model. Has all the features you saw in this video. I'm a huge fan. I'm genuinely super impressed with it. Are you ready for the secret to keep the phone safe? You put it in your pocket and you never take it out. Anyways, if you want to see me refine any of these designs, I had a lot of fun with it. I never got to do mine either. If you want to see me perfect any of them, let me know which ones down below and I'll do a follow-up. I think there's a lot of room for improvement. All right, bye.
Last weekend, I spent the entire day using power tools.
The wrong way. Do 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 do. Da 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 da. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Poppy juicy. Ooh, let's watch
It was nice knowing you, brother.
her upgrade her car.
What? What? Shut up! Alright, ready? Yep. 3, 2, 1. Stop.
Keep hitting the wrong button.
So 1 month ago, I bought my first car on Facebook Marketplace for $4,000, but it came with some problems. It has a check engine light for the electrical load detector, the passenger door lock is broken, the driver's side window is broken, the current head unit is a random dookie trash dog water static piece of shit, it's missing a speaker on the driver's side door, it looks like a monster truck, there's no backup camera so at night I can't see through my tint, and apparently the airbag shoots metal fragments at you, and it also misfires on startup. So instead of addressing all of those problems, let's add a subwoofer!
A subwoofer.
Y'all, it's getting really cold up here in Canada. Look at this. That's certified Canadian weather. But in this video, we're gonna be addressing 5 issues I have with my car. So first, I'm gonna remove this crappy Amazon head unit. There's no touchscreen, no Apple CarPlay, no nothing. So we're gonna be installing a new head unit. Second, I'm gonna install a new backup camera because my tint is too dark and I can't reverse at night. Third, I'm adding new speakers and a new
I can't do it, Chad. I can't.
Sucks balls right now. Fourth, I'm gonna install a new window regulator.
Should I just give up on this?
Should I give up on it? McDonald's. And last but not least, I'm gonna do a tune-up and clean the idle air control valve and hopefully fix the engine misfire on startup.
Let's get into it.
So I got myself this $600 head unit, this $200 subwoofer, and the $70 rear recording camera. So the first thing I did was disconnect the battery so I could remove the current head unit safely. Now in order to remove the original head unit, you have to take off 3 panels first. So first we gotta remove this thing under here, and I believe there are a few screws. Yo!
With the Sigma.
You look like super pale. You look like Jack Frost. If you dyed your hair white, you'd be Jack Frost.
No.
Next, you want to remove this panel under the center console and then unscrew your center console. But to actually remove the center console without breaking the clips holding it in place, you have to take out the dashboard and reach around to access this clip here, and then you pull it out.
Bro, these plugs are so
What if I just never finished it?
Oh, we did it! Head unit is out!
We call it a louse cows.
And at this point, your car should look like someone hit a devious lick on it.
So for my next video, I want to do coilovers and wheels, but to be completely honest, I don't really know which wheels to get. So if you guys have any suggestions, make sure to comment them down below. So here's the old head unit. If anyone wants it, comment down below Julie's toenail, and if you live in my area, I'll drop it off at your house. So when it comes to installing,
I wonder why she blurs her face, but we could see her face.
This is what my adapter looks like.
Question.
I have. Here's the connection that goes into my head unit, and you just have to connect the wires together.
And this is what it looks like connecting them. It's very simple, and I just use these butt connectors and crimp them together. Then I installed the new head unit back into the center console, and oh my. Salutations, huz. So it's the next day. The weather is not great, but we're gonna get back to work. Now that I got the head unit all installed and ready, I have to link it up to the subwoofer and the dash, and then we're gonna throw it into my car. So let's go do that. Also,
that blending, whatever this blending one sucks. I need to do another blending.
So we're gonna be replacing my speakers.
I've been trying to make this blending one. For funsies.
So first I completely removed the battery in order to install my subwoofer. This thing was so much heavier than I expected.
Holy, this is heavy.
So every car has grommets leading to the engine bay, and I have one on the passenger side perfectly leading to the
which
battery.
reminds
So
me, I will not be streaming. I'll stream Wednesday maybe. I think so. But I probably won't stream until I come next Wednesday again. I think I'll stream this Wednesday, but for sure will not be streaming until next Wednesday.
The power cable comes with a built-in fuse, so my car will not be catching on fire. And now it's time for the fun part, which is wiring everything up. Just kidding, it's not fun. So right now it's negative 200 degrees, my hands are freezing, and I lost all the screws, so I can't even put this car back together.
His mouth is funny looking now. What did I do wrong?
Use these. I'm so organized and
oh my god.
I don't know how well you guys can see me, but we are now mounting the rear view dash camera, so let's go do that.
Doink.
So the next day I started wiring up the rear camera, and this is where I started to realize that if I wanted everything to look nice, I would need to take apart the whole entire car. Well, you know, a girl like me, Tech Joyce, I'm willing to do that for my car. But first I finished wiring up the rear camera and connected the hot wire to my reverse lights, that way the camera only powers on when I'm in reverse. Now the way I connected the wires, is it secure? No. Is it safe? Probably not, but does it work? Yeah! 10-minute video install. 1 hour subwoofer install. 2 hour dash cam install. It's been 5 days. Oh! You guys want to see what the inside of my car looks like? Let me show you guys. I tore the whole entire thing apart. Now I know what you're thinking, Joyce.
Lips are so overrated. We should not have lips.
Why are you tearing the whole
What do we need lips for anyways?
Yes, I do need to do all that. Because if you want to route these cables,
I believe in a no-lips society.
Apart because you can't take off this panel without taking the back seat, and you can't take off this panel without taking the back panel.
You have lips, you're banned. You're banned from life.
It's like a never-ending panel. Never-ending panel. It just never ends. The panels never end. So yes, for the past few days, I've been taking my car apart and hitting these crazy trick shots just to wire everything up. As you can tell, I pretty much wired everything under the kick panels. Then for the subwoofer grounding wire, I just sanded down some metal on the car's chassis and screwed it down behind the seatbelt. While I was at it, I decided to vacuum everything as well, and then finally, everything was done. So with everything now wired up, it was time to put the car back together. Do you guys want to watch me do that?
Probably not, right? Probably not. Probably not. Matter of fact, if you guys care, can you guys please drop a Among Us sussy in the comments down below? And a big fat thumbs up, or else the Among Us
An Among
monster is
Us
gonna get you
sussy? Rip kisses. Kisses don't exist.
I made a permanent.
They are banned.
4 breaker bar. It's permanent. It's permanent. It's not coming. It's not coming out. And then after an hour, I finally put the car back together, and it was time to move on.
Kisses are banned.
So as you guys can tell,
What else is banned?
I garage because it was getting too dark outside, but I put the chairs back on. I have everything set up now. Head unit, subwoofer, rear
Everything. Everything is banned.
Now I'm gonna install my new speakers. Now since I'm working on the driver's side door, I might as well also install my new window regulator and motor because this is what my window looks like right now. I bought myself a new window regulator for $150. Whoa, look at that. Looks a little bent. I can't really tell though, so let's open up the new one and compare it. This is the new window regulator. It's much more straight. Okay, we got the new window regulator in. It works! Let's go! Let's go!
A few moments later.
Oh no.
Oh no, he's juicy again. What if I just take the whole tint? Among Us? Among Us.
So then I started installing my speakers and everything was
I don't think I have an Among Us emote.
side, but nothing was working on the driver's side, not even the tweeter. So
Somebody has to have an Among Us emote that I'm sub to, right?
So I ran a separate ground wire, but it also turns out that the car door isn't even grounded. So the only option I have now is to fix the root cause, which is a broken wire supply. So right now I'm gonna remove this fender here so I can access the wire easily.
No one of them. None of them have an Among Us emote.
Let's get into it.
There has to be one for Twitch at least, right? Twitch had one, right?
See that some of the wires are broken.
Right? They had Fallout. Fall Guys, I mean.
Or maybe 2 or 3. Eventually my dad helped me get it off, but it looks so nasty. It's like filled with the grease.
Or maybe 2 or 3.
Nasty. So I asked the car nerd on my Discord, and it turns out it's conductive grease. But speaking of my Discord, you guys should all join. Discord.gg/Joyce. Join right now, or else you fall into a pit and die. But after inspecting the connection, there was a total of 3 wires that were ripped out of the terminal. So I found this diagram online and matched the wires to pins 14, 17, and 18.
Is this Among Us? No, that's Hazmat.
The ground for the stereo sound system, so that is why both speaker and tweeter weren't working. So now that I know where they go, I removed the old terminals. So the plan is to use these old connectors and take some wire
doing the same things I
so there's a bit of slack to it and it's not like the
same keep watching. Look at this one. This is cute. It's not Among Us though.
So as you can tell, we have 3 new extender wires coming out of it, so I just crimped back the old wires to the extender wires and then plugged it back.
I'm gonna add this to my favorite.
Now finally is the moment of truth.
Doing the same things I always. Oh, it looks so bad. I just looked at it.
So with it properly working, I put the fender back on and then screwed in the new speakers, which I unfortunately had to drill holes for because it doesn't fit my stock screw mounts. But after countless hours of work, everything was finally done. Oh my goodness, look at it. Oh, it looks so good! Now, if you guys are wondering, this is the Atoto X10. It's one of their more expensive head units, but I asked them to give it to me for free. I literally emailed the company and asked them to give it to me for free, and they said yes. So big shout out to Atoto for sending me this out for free, and I think they gave me a discount code, so if you guys want to get this yourself,
oh no, I forgot I'm like de-juicifying him, and I somehow gave him like perfect.
Like 128 gigabytes of storage, 8 gigabytes of memory, a built-in 4-channel amplifier, HDMI input, CarPlay, GPS tracking, dual Bluetooth, all that. Now you could 100% get a cheaper option, but I am Tech Joyce. It's like a futuristic screen in this old crusty Civic, bro, but it looks so good. Anyways, I got the head unit in, I got the subwoofer in the trunk, I got the backup camera on, and now it's time to test it. Okay, I'm kind of scared.
Is this fine?
That would actually suck. Yeah! That's beautiful! Ooh, what is that? So if I go into reverse... Yeah, it worked! I think I should test my subwoofer. Let's play a song. It's night and day. It's a night and day difference. Now, I've only driven my crusty Corolla and now this crusty Honda Civic, so this is a huge upgrade for me. Yeah! So to recap, it took me 5 days to install a new head unit. A new subwoofer, a rear dash cam, 2 diagnosis, fix my door speaker, install a new window regulator. I think that's it. And now it's time for the most important part, which is the tune-up. The tune-up. The tune-up.
The tune-up.
the tuna. Yeah, Brody. I hate to say this, but I'm so glad I'm almost done because the past 5 days, my back has been killing me. You know, I was hitting these crazy positions in the car. Whoa, 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 whoa. These moments make me realize I'm actually very glad to be a girl because if I was like my dad's size trying to do all this, I think his back would actually break. I love dried mango so much. So right now, every time I start my car, it starts to shake like crazy, and sometimes in traffic, if I'm like completely stopped, it also shakes. Also, it makes this loud whining sound every time I start it up. What the hell? See, now it stopped, but before it would be like... So for the tune-up, I got brand new NGK spark plugs and spark plug wires, as well as a new distributor cap and rotor, and also the spark plug tool. So in total, I spent $200. Bombocard! Here are the new spark plug wires. So after removing the old spark plug wires, I grabbed my 60mm socket and removed the old spark plugs. This is the old spark plug. It was still a little bit warm because I just drove my car. Alright, so here's the old spark plug. The top is like burnt. Or it's not burnt, I don't know what it is, but it's black as heck. And here, my friends, are the brand new ones. As you can tell, it's so much cleaner. You can do a side-by-side comparison right now. Okay, you can use the spark plug tool to check the gap on your spark plugs. I'm pretty sure they come properly gapped, but it's better safe than sorry. Okay, it's perfectly 0.43, which is what I want. So then I installed the new spark plugs and repeated the steps on the other 3 spark plugs. And then finally, I torqued them all down to spec. So now I'm gonna connect the spark plug wires to the distributor cap. And I just copied how it was connected before because if you mess it up, you're gonna mess up your firing order. Here's a side-by-side comparison of the new cap versus the old cap. But then, while I was trying to remove the old distributor rotor, I ended up stripping the screw so badly.
I think we'll do...
But after my dad helped me remove that abomination of a screw, I installed the new distributor rotor and screwed it in place. Then I reinstalled the new spark plugs and I was finally done. Yay! We're done! Yay! So because these spark plug wires are colored blue, it gives me 5 more horsepower. And then the backup camera gives me plus 100 because then now I can race backwards. And now it's time for the final step, and that is to clean the idle air control valve. These things can get clogged up with carbon buildup, which can lead to idle issues. No! I got a life hack.
Where did I put...
So you put your wrench on, and then...
inside of his mouth at? Which layer is that?
Oh my goodness, that was a struggle. Moment of truth. Oh my! What? Is the whole screen gone?
Here it is.
Oh my! Little shakeroo. This is freaky. Freaky! So after spending a few hours cleaning it, I put everything back together and it was time to test the car. So we should be done now. We got new spark plugs, new spark plug wires.
Wait, did I do it? Did I unjuicify him? Does he look okay? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Is he unjuiced?
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
At the very beginning, but once the revs dropped, it was so much smoother than before.
I'm so tired.
So now it's time to do my
I'm so tired and I've only been working on this for 2 hours and 30 minutes.
My first ever pull.
I don't understand why she keeps blurring her face. If we can see her face, we can see her.
Look, it's so clear and nice, ain't it?
Wait, let me dox ourselves.
No!
Oh, shite! Damn!
Fast, bro.
I mean, that's pretty fast. I mean, consider... What's the tune-up?
I changed out the spark plugs, the spark plug wires, and the distributor cap and rotor.
So I have no idea what that means.
Doing the same thing.
What?
And I keep wondering.
What?
Shut up!
Think about my eyes.
It's slow, it's slow, it's slow.
It's not bad, it's not bad.
Alright guys, we found a long stretch of road and we're gonna do a 0 to 60. If we die, it was nice knowing you, brother. Huh? Alright, ready? 3, 2, 1.
That song is stuck in my head. Unjuiced? He's unjuiced? We succeeded?
Okay. The initial year is nice.
Ready?
I think I need to redo the outline. And I gotta figure out what line I used because the one I thought I used isn't it because this is totally different line art than this. Unless I did black and I just don't realize it. Why would I do black then?
So I'm gonna be face revealing soon. And with that, I hope you guys enjoyed this video and I'll see you guys on the next one.
No!
fuck? Where'd it go?
Shh, quiet.
Okay, what should we watch next? Keep wondering what this girl living in no, but it's Japanese, I think, and I might it's Japanese. And then I'd have to read. The importance of inconvenience. Ooh, let's learn something.
30-year-old's opinion on modern technology. Please have your OK boomers ready in the comments.
Sometime in the mid-2000s, these guys started to come back into fashion. Turntables, record players, big old vinyl discs that you have to buy individually, find a place to store, take out of their case, put onto the player, move the needle to the song you want to play. It was a process, a ritual. We live in an era of unmatched ease of access. Touchscreens, voice commands, AI assistants. Compared to things like Apple Music, a turntable is extremely inconvenient. With streaming, you just whip out your phone, maybe connect to Bluetooth, and slap on any song from any artist from anywhere. So why would anyone ever want to go back to these chunky things? I'm no expert, but this is a video essay, so therefore what I have to say is clearly very important. But I think, at least in part, it ties into something that's been changing in our world for a while now. Tech advancements have always changed the way we interact with the world. Nobody can deny that. But as we advance, something always gets left behind. Some level of intimacy with a medium, some level of socialization regarding how we engage.
What?
When I was a kid,
What?
the big tech
Oh,
was
what?
CDs and DVDs, with the rise of
What
MP3
happened?
players just on the horizon. There was no streaming, so you had to go to the store, dig through the CDs, pick one out, bring it home, pop it in the player, the whole ordeal. Trips to the rental store is like an entire communal memory.
Now I'm paranoid. Oh, what?
Your parents would take you down to the local rental place and you'd walk through the rows upon rows of movies bathed in the quiet
Miss those days.
fluorescent lights. Sometimes you'd run into a neighbor or a kid from school. Maybe you were on a first name basis with the teenager behind the counter. Your hands would grow familiar with the feel of the medium, of how you interacted with it. These interactions were small. They happened without much thought, but they had a hands-on element. Each piece, each film, each album had an individual disc or cartridge that had to be handled. Each time you picked one up, it was a conscious decision. Each time you dug through the CDs at the store, it was you that decided to pick an album you'd never even heard of because you liked the cover. People would casually build up collections of media, things to display, to see every day when you walk through your home. They became part of our routines in a very casual sense, something we were so used to just doing that happened in the background of greater events. When Netflix came about, it was originally a DVD rental service. The entire idea behind it being that you could skip the trip to the rental store, skip the late fees. Just
You remember when you can
and send it back
rent the DVDs?
However, it didn't really take off until 2007. With the internet becoming so
Those were the
widely
good
used,
old-
they introduced a streaming option to their service where users could watch movies right from their computer. The service coming to multiple game consoles like Wii and Xbox 360 over the next few years, making it extremely accessible, very convenient. It was, well, golly, I ain't gotta go to the store no more. I can just click and there's the movie.
There's the movie?
Many people stopped
Real,
buying
I was
physical
there.
copies of movies. They stopped going to rental.
Exodius.
It was far more convenient to simply stream the movie right from your home, and it only cost a few bucks a month after all. Not to mention that
Exodius.
Netflix could suggest movies for you right on the app based on what you'd already watched. An early version of the algorithm. The act of digging through bins of DVDs was no longer a necessity. And as streaming was making its rise, the smartphone became more and more a part of standard life. Both Netflix streaming and the first iPhone debuted in 2007. A singular device became capable of doing, well, everything. That device became the norm, became what companies began to cater to. CDs and dedicated MP3 players died off, and pretty soon streaming services were offering apps on people's phones. Not long after that, TVs started to jump onto the smart device train, and the apps were also packaged with those. No longer did you need to go to a dedicated space or even really have a dedicated device to listen
Good
to music.
old days, real.
Easily from anywhere, on your break at work or on the train. And while this is undoubtedly convenient, in the crossfire of the smartphone and streaming's rise came the slow death of physical media. Without people buying, and with streaming being a much cheaper alternative for distributors, record stores began to close, movie theaters shuttered their doors. These places, once areas where people could gather to enjoy their passive interests, film, music, art, began to fade. These are things that brought people together because of the limitations of the tech, the inconvenience of having to engage with that media on a physical, often communal level, an inconvenience that streaming and the internet being integrated into everything slowly began to erode. Video games lost couch co-op as the internet became more ingrained in our lives, favoring the convenience of an over-the-internet multiplayer compared to the in-person alternative. As games moved primarily to digital downloads and online accounts, the ability to share them physically, to hand your beloved, battered, but still working copy of your favorite game to a friend to borrow, became vastly lost. Obviously, it's great that we can play games with people across the world with such ease, but it pushed aside casual person-to-person gatherings. I can still couch co-op a PS2 game with my friends, sure, but it isn't a given like it was when those old games were released. The human interaction...
I didn't even put the shirt all the way up.
It's lost a lot of its intimacy. It wasn't that long ago that the internet was kind of its own place, its own thing. It wasn't something that was ever present like it is today. It was somewhere you went. You sat down on the family computer to browse the web. It was a distinct space, separate from the real world. On the old internet, part of the enjoyment came from surfing, digging through individual sites and forums dedicated to a specific topic, each one with its own layout and aesthetic. I personally spent my recess time at school in the computer lab looking up any website that housed spooky ghost stories. God, I love ghosts. Recently, browsing has vastly been replaced with AI assistants that, again, seek to remove inconvenience by removing the human element, by removing the interaction of engaging with a unique site and simply handing you the probably incorrect, because modern AI is kind of dumb, answer on a silver platter. Personal sites were replaced with social media like Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, because, well, it was easier to just sign up for Facebook than make a whole website. And as social media grew to take over the web, they began to implement algorithms that showed users personalized feeds filled with ads and promoted products, the infinite scroll. And the internet lost something important: the act of surfing the net, a ritual that gave the early internet its identity, formed by the inconvenience of its design, by having to engage with it more intimately than a single click and an endless scroll. The novelty of modern tech integration into everything, the promise of its instantaneous gratification and ease of use,
I never wanted to be on Facebook.
I think reached a plateau.
Were you one of the first people to be on Facebook, or were you like me who was holding on like dearly to MySpace? Because I didn't want to move from MySpace to Facebook, but it got to the point where nobody was using MySpace. So then I had to move to Facebook, and I was sort of forced.
It is undoubtedly convenient. It is nice to be able to access the majority of my entertainment so easily. But does one need to smell flowers more quickly, more efficiently? What would I gain if my phone could produce the smell of a rose without me having to visit a garden? Would it feel the same? I don't think this tech isn't important. It allows extremely easy access to music, films, artwork for a price. But perhaps this should be an option rather than increasingly the only available method of enjoying these things.
You never used MySpace?
There's a limit to simplifying experiences in the name of accessibility. Forgive me if this part feels out of nowhere, but I really think the recent trend of generative AI is the culmination of the point I'm trying to make here. It's so much the same thing to a vastly more upsetting degree. Drawing, writing, creating art is a ritual, a skill, a manifestation of the human spirit transcribed into thousands of mediums and styles across history. And what have tech companies done with this beautiful aspect of our existence? They have so finally removed the ritual, the effort. They have removed the inconvenience of creation, of passion. We are reaching a point where countless forms of entertainment can be achieved with a single tap, a single click, a one-sentence prompt. Want to listen to music? It's one tap away. Want to watch a movie? You're there in one click. Do you want to create a beautiful piece of artwork to give to your mother for her birthday? Fuck that, dude. Tell ChatGPT to draw you some shit.
ChatGPT.
It's effortless. It just happens. You can browse social media and scroll past hundreds of posts in minutes. Streaming services are always quickly available, always curated with new popular music or shows that their algorithms have picked out for you to watch. They encourage you to let them do all the work, to take the inconvenience of having to choose, having to interact.
I was like 10 or 11 when that was popping off. Oh.
The turntable is
well, actually,
has no algorithm, no AI.
How old was I when MySpace was popular? I was in elementary school, for sure. And Facebook started getting popular when I was in junior high. So I was like, how old are you in junior high?
But does it feel the same when it was chosen by
And then freshman is when absolutely everybody was like on Facebook and no longer using MySpace at all. And so I had to make a Facebook.
You've never held it in your hands, admired the album artwork each time you decide to play it. Does scrolling past a painting on Twitter feel the same as seeing it in a museum? They are both experiences of the same thing, but one has context, a location, a
hello, Camino.
ritual to take part in.
Welcome back.
Experience a work without the
I don't know why my voice cracked like that. Oh.
To experience every piece of art and increasingly social interaction, creative endeavor so immediately in the same context and from the same devices.
You were looking. I'm pretty sure you're 2 years older than me. I am 30, so are you 28? 28? Sorry, math escaped me. Everybody was on Facebook in 7th grade for you, and MySpace was dead as fuck. See, I feel like
something is lost.
It wasn't until I was in freshman, so like
that we no longer take part in.
9th grade. I was in 9th grade when everybody completely moved off of MySpace. And if you didn't have Facebook, like, you couldn't really talk to anybody.
Spend less time with unneeded minutia. It's why we moved from walking to horse-drawn carriages to cars.
Yes.
But when the convenience is so immediate and so quick that we are separated from the journey of creation and self-discovery, when convenience removes social spaces and removes us from the interactions with the world that the
I miss MySpace. It was so fun.
lack of immediacy allowed for, is that good? The act of engaging with something connects us to it. When we hold something in our hands, we learn its shape,
Is that
grow
good?
familiar to it. We come to appreciate it on a deeper level.
Hey, ear is
It's how we
done.
create, learn. It's why we draw, why we write, why we take pictures. To engage with the world, to share these experiences with others, to grow from the different ways that we've all engaged with the world. The move from inconvenient technology to our modern, extremely convenient tech
Could work on
made
his
the need for
hands,
these
but
physical spaces and
I think I
in-person
want to.
engagement with these forms of artwork unnecessary.
Could do the skirt next. The skirt's gonna be a whole ordeal because I want to do it like this skirt, which was
Were casual rituals.
I
Things
did
that
it
happened in the background of our
piece by
lives,
piece,
but
and I
things
need
that
to separate
connected
this
us
skirt to
physically and
pieces.
often emotionally to our hometowns, to our neighbors, to the media.
I'm not sure if I have enough layers for that, because I think right now I have like, oh no, I'm running out of layers. I just remembered.
Inescapable. It is pushed onto us constantly. There's
Are my chibis done?
A new AI, a new
I did
promise
finish
for
my
something
chibi.
that once had to be done with
Why-
some effort, had to be done.
Why are my
by
chibis
engaging
in a
with our
separate group?
surroundings, is now
Who's
just
not
the
done?
tap of a button. I think, in part, the appeal of the turntable is its rituals.
What is
the physical, communal nature of it? Music to be played out loud, heard
Don't know
by
what this-
everyone in a space.
I will delete it,
Finals
and if
must be
it's,
unsleeved,
I should have kept it. And
chosen,
oopsies.
held in our hands, set
Forgot I
apart.
haven't finished that.
Like
I think I'm gonna do a rose for a rose and a camera.
An intimacy to them, to how we interact with and experience them. And
I need to find out what Porter Robinson's favorite flower is.
devices with
I think that would be a
all their
cute
tech and
addition.
convenience simply can't replicate.
Okay.
Perhaps this is why, in a world ever technologically evolving for the sake of simplicity, the turntable keeps on spinning.
I have a turntable.
This isn't meant to be a I am 100% correct and anyone who disagrees is a fool type of video. Hell, as I edit this, I find myself wondering if I'm placing too much importance on the physicality and context of how we interact with artwork. Perhaps the work itself is all that matters. But I'd love to hear your thoughts. If y'all think I'm just a crusty old man, feel free to roast the hell out of me in the comments. Anyway, I try to put out a video at least once a month-ish if I can, though I haven't really found a niche yet, so the topics are kind of all over the place for now. Anyway, thanks for watching.
Still. Hello, Solly. What is up? I am drawing and watching videos. Importance of real things.
A few months ago, the bookshelf
SoupCon! Soup Man! I can't read.
make a very good mystery novel. My roommate Finn decided to double up the books on each shelf because one layer was not enough space for all the books.
Who died?
What even is weight?
What do you mean who died? Who died?
Bricks of wood wrapped in leather. Anyways, it looked like this for a week. As we were building the new shelf and scattering through this like mountain of books, Finn was like, maybe we should get 2 shelves.
Need to blend his brows big. Looking at them now, they're a little too
I
crooked.
love books. It's a sad thing to say, but no
What
one
is this?
is tripping over the couch in this apartment to read the 1975 copy of Encounter with an Angry God by Cara Beth Lard. Yes, if I focused and if I was diligent and like read every single day, I could crank through like
Bussy, I didn't even see that. That's so funny. I read it as Buddy.
Look at that. That's a cover.
Yeah, Bussy.
What is he? Is that a hippo? I mentioned my Kindle.
You guy at the end of the video exploded? I didn't even see him explode.
Being a paperweight. And I just get the physical copies of the special books that I really want to read and want to keep with me. Will, my other roommate, I have 3.
That's an
he was in the room
ad.
with us, not helping, but he
I think we
offered
got
this
a. It
cover
is. No, it's
yeah,
not.
but
You don't own it,
dude.
dude.
Is that important to me? I mean, who cares if we own less things, right? Isn't that a good thing? All these things, we don't need to own media, right? Right? Isn't it just like a little bit weird that your name on social media is right next to a number that says how popular you are? Isn't that just a little bit, dystopian?
Nice. Also, low, nice swing cam. I was looking up.
Media that's yours to keep
Up and slept.
forever until the pages
After.
wear out or the DVD scratches
Ah.
or it literally breaks down into atoms. We're owning less of the media that you keep for the sake of convenience. This isn't a new
Atoms?
idea. It's being widely
What?
observed in the age of streaming and digitalization and everything. Movies.
I think it's
TV,
Frozen.
music, our reliance on digital
Oh,
media
never mind.
could displace the benefits of owning all this physical stuff that we used to have. When I go back to my parents, I see the physical media that I had in my childhood, like VHS tapes and like GameCube games, Game Boy games. These are all games that were made like only 3 decades ago or even 2 decades ago. It's actually a huge problem right now. A lot of games made in the early 2000s are just getting lost to time because there's no copies of it getting made anymore, and they're not really available on any platform. Most games now are just a digital receipt from companies like Steam or PlayStation. Some are even approaching a streaming model.
Isn't it wild how you don't own anything, any games?
But it's subscribed to. You know what's my favorite?
Technically, we don't own the games, even if we buy them
Signing into things
digitally.
every single day.
And that's so
I love
wild.
Accounts and passwords and emails and 2-step verifications where they send like a code to your phone. I love that Call of Duty needs a phone number. I love that you can't really buy software anymore. You just kind of like prove that you still own it and that you're still paying for it. And they don't even really make a good software. They just keep like adding new stuff to like prove to you that you need to keep spending money on it. I love that Apple tries very hard to get you to subscribe to storing your own files and that it's really hard to offload them to a computer. I love that. It's my favorite thing. Sorry, it's just a little
Favorite
inside
thing.
joke. And I don't even want to get into the dystopia of Spotify, you know. Why bother having a
Insane that companies are going with the you don't own anything or scummiest, right? Because it's like, then why'd you spend, why? Because especially when games are so expensive too, and then movies to like
stacks and stacks and stacks
are so expensive also, and it's like you buy this movie or you buy an album online digitally or a movie online digitally or even a game, and it's so much and you don't even own it technically. Like they could just take it away if they decide to. There's nothing you could do. And it's like, but I spent like $30 on this movie, or I spent like $78 on this game. What do you mean you can just own it now? You own, like
the student radio and all that. And now it's all digitized. So my freshman year, they had crates and crates and crates and crates of CDs, like free. They were getting rid of them. And like there were so many of them, so I didn't have time to listen to all of it. So I mainly went by the album artwork, which is crazy to think about now. I forgot about this stuff.
I broke my CD player. I can't get it to work. But I used to have physical media.
Of nuance. Ideas have gravity. We are attracted
Maybe
to
I should learn how to fix
and bigger, stronger ideas draw us in more. And without a floor, we
I like his sketching of the idea.
core, and we get crushed into a limited viewpoint that doesn't take in all of the factors. But with a floor, with a solid foundation, we can.
I think I like how the hair's coming out.
That is not the entire
Compared to Marche's, though, I think he needs a little more highlights. And I think it'll be really cute.
So counter argument.
It'll be really cute. Oh my
god. Stuff for the sake of keeping things, because keeping too many things without any thought can lead to hoarding and can lead to all this other stuff. There's an argument to be made to not be focused on material possessions. We're all gonna die someday, so like owning all this stuff for the sake of owning it isn't necessarily what I'm trying to say. There are minimalists who have the opposite ideology of to own as little as possible, and there are benefits to that. The point is mindfulness of what you curate in your collection of things in this world. The second one is accessibility. Easy, cheap access to information is absolutely crucial. And the fact that you can rent entertainment for the price of like an afternoon lunch for an entire month and watch all these movies is incredible. There's apps like Libby where you can download ebooks and like audiobooks with a library card. It might not necessarily be a college degree, but you can go on YouTube and look up a tutorial for anything you could ever possibly want to do. Media literacy has also gone up. We're processing more information, more critical consensus of things. We're more aware culturally of all the stuff that's going on. So all these are good things. Information should be as accessible and as low of a cost as possible. And we don't need to own everything. But this access isn't necessarily given to us. It's sold, and the price we pay is control over exactly how we want this media to be commodified. Don't you think it would benefit
Speaking of physical media, I'ma do mad
Make it seem like there is only.
Speaking of physical media, I'm gonna do mad at myself. A couple years ago, I found a copy of Pokemon Fire Red at the pawn shop for $40. I bought it, but I also have no idea. Oh my gosh, where it is at the moment. It's lost. Oh, Camino, you claimed your daily soul. You now have 6. Congratulations. I feel that Solly, you claimed your daily soul. You now have 1. I have that habit too, where I buy things and I'm like, this is really cool, but I don't have the thing I need to use it right now, so I put it away somewhere, never to find it again. Wait, what? Okay, so you haven't been here when I explained it, but I set up a new thing and it lost count of the old one. If you remember what number we're on, I can edit it to the number, but I don't remember what numbers it was, so they kind of started all over again. They're all in the beginning again. Whoopsies.
Only one convenient way to access all this stuff. It almost seems
Abby,
like
you
there's
claimed your daily soul. You have 5.
happening with this stuff. Let's take, for example, the TV series The Crown.
Nah, new grind set time. Let's go. Let's go. Did I call you Allie? Abby, if I called you Allie, that was my bad. I don't think I did, but my brain is telling me I did.
24 hours a day, 7 days a week, given you have a Netflix subscription. Yeah, you could buy the box set and watch it anytime, forever, without a Wi-Fi connection, without ever getting ads. Hey, that's old school. Why would you want to do something so impractical? It's just so much easier.
Abby Abyss _VT says TTS done scam me kappa.
It did not scam. Congratulations. Yes, it is through Mix It Up. I can send you the link, actually. I'll send it right now, because if I don't, I will forget. Let me hide my mini screen right now, because I don't know if it will pull Discord up on that screen. Let's see if I can find it. I'm gonna find, it's a community command, so it actually is almost, it's like, it's pre-made and you don't really have to change anything. Copy. Fuck. Good thing I did it in another tab, because it opened a whole new thing. But you don't really need to, did I exit Discord? You wasted your points. 69. I had a struggle there. This is the thing, and all you have to do is download it. Actually, it kind of walks you through it when you do it, and you don't have to change anything really, except I did add like the counter that counts the soul thing. Yeah, it comes with the card. It's mainly for like people subbing. I'm waiting for the TTS to come through. Will it come through? Did I close Mix It Up? No, I didn't. Well, I think you got scammed. Whoopsies. Oops. Can I have it go through again? I think I clicked something and it made it not work. Oops. Don't worry. Don't worry. I can fix this. I could just refund your posts. Don't worry. Don't worry. I can it's repeating me. Sorry. How do I go to Raider dashboard? Don't worry. I'll refund your points. I think since I was in the community thing, it messed up the TT. Manage reward requests. Actually, I don't even see it. No, maybe it did. No, it didn't. Wait. Yeah, I don't even see it on my side. Daily so da 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 da. Oh no, I see it now. Reject. I found it. Eat. Yes, Camino. When is your next stream? When is your next stream? Yeah, blame Camino. Camino didn't do it. It was TTS. It was Mix It Up bot. Blame the bot. Where is it go? It is.
Thousands of choices on other streaming
Yeah,
platforms.
Camino.
Every episode of every Star Trek show, 1,000 episodes of One Piece, every single Marvel movie in the canon, and the dozens of multi-season shows that Disney really, really wants you to keep
Oh, I never finished the story. Everything came with the card. The only thing that it doesn't have is the counter of like attendance, because it's mainly for subs and like resubs and how many what tier they are, and then like how many months they've been subbed or something like that. But oh, and then how many they've gifted. But I added the little counting for the daily because I think that's cool. Is TTS not working all of a sudden? Oh my gosh, it's broken. I'm gonna be streaming Thursday for sure. I had an allergic reaction to alcohol. What do you mean you had an allergic reaction to alcohol? like alcohol in general, or like a specific alcohol, or like the rubbing alcohol? Ah, cool. I'll have to experiment it because I also count how many somebody has claimed first. Yeah, you can. It's actually really easy to edit. I can if you need help, I could walk you through it on like a Discord call of how to do it. I don't know how to explain it, or I could just give you a code to help try to show you where you edit it and stuff. But it's really easy to edit, to add this stuff. It's not hard at all. And you can have separate counters because you gotta make separate counters. You can make one for when they've claimed first, and how many days they've claimed. Like drinking alcohol, no clue how, but it was bad. Face swole up and broke out in hives. That sucks. You know, Markiplier has an allergy to alcohol too, and that's why he can't drink it. Maybe you're like Markiplier. That means you can't drink alcohol ever. I might take you up on that later this week. If you do, let me know before Thursday, because I'm going out of town, I think Thursday or Friday, and so I will not be at my computer until like maybe next Tuesday. Next Tuesday. I didn't know that means Soup and I are together to make one full Markiplier. Soup, are you Solly Soup? Solly, do you like to be called Soup or Solly? I call you Solly all the time. But are you allergic to alcohol too? What was I doing with yellow? Wait, what was I doing? I think I looked at it. I looked at it and I said, that's good. Oh, our video.
The access to the popular movies and the television is so ubiquitous that it's not even novel.
I enjoy either. Solly feels more like the first name part. Interesting. I'm gonna call you Solly because that's how I think we so I see it, and then I'm like, Soup is like.
I just feel like this stuff goes so much.
I'm about to call you Soup Can. No,
I think it applies.
Or Can. Yeah, that's too weird.
To like art.
That's too weird.
Like I think we're
yes, Solly.
At the moving
Solly for me.
Differently thanks to
what are you?
Services. Think about how.
Oh, that's the necklace. I could work on the drill.
Keep all of these videos.
I don't have enough layers.
Disposable. There aren't really social media videos that are like a final artifact that you like keep. You wouldn't download a YouTube video or watch it on a physical copy of like best videos of 2024, and you're not meant to. It's not even about one video. It's a feed. It's a stream of content. In fact, the algorithm, which is a terrifying word to use for creativity, is built around a large quantity of consistent videos than occasional high-quality art. No matter how much work goes into it, it doesn't seem to matter as much as the next one. An informational Kurzgesagt video that takes hundreds of hours and a team of researchers has the same weight on YouTube as Dracula Flow.
I have one friend that calls me Mr. Soup Can, so that's really formal.
Instagram and YouTube and TikTok are so ubiquitous.
What if they called you Mr. Solly Soup Can?
Disposable, that it's all kind of blending together into one stream of content.
Why does it look like already like
content is getting sold? This
3D
service is
Am I?
how Instagram,
so?
YouTube, TikTok, Facebook, they all run. And it's in their best interest to feed into creators this idea that you have to be participating, you have to continuously make more and more and more. It's very strange, and it's a little dystopian. And I don't know if it's how art should be, even though this is kind of the way things are right now. I don't know the alternative. Okay, so
his name is actually a nickname for cylindrical soup cannon.
Just a few weeks ago, there was
Source, I made it up. No, that seems correct. Cylindrical soup cannon.
And like
the can part is just to throw you off.
There's companies like Patreon that are like actively working with this problem and trying to find a solution. It's not the solution. Obviously, the world's more complicated than here's the problem, here's the solution. But it's cool to know that there are companies that are actively working on this problem.
There is so much attention to make for the algorithm. Everywhere we look as creators today, the gravity is just pushing us. It's just pushing us toward making for other reasons. We open up our dashboards and we see these metrics on what success
I'm gonna be thinking about that. Solid.
I want to say something that matters to somebody and have it be true and feel true and have someone else see that.
Who abos?
Yes.
I was thinking like cylindrical or like a cylinder, like the shape. I may be misspelling that too. Cylindrical.
Better than I can. The point is, when we're watching the daily stream, when we doom scroll, it may feel very dystopian and shallow and fake, and there's a lot of people that are just trying to get the numbers to go up. But it's important to remember that that person is real, and you watching it.
I'm real. Chat, are you real?
Don't want 1 million followers, 5 million followers, and like just want the clout of, you know, being internet famous and doing all this stuff, because then it's just work, honestly.
Oh yeah, I can't get TTS to work. I broke it. I kind of broke TTS.
That they think is funny. That
maybe if I turn it off and turn it back on.
And they want to
commands. Nope.
That are watching it, and that is
channel. Nope.
Thing we can actually build connections with people with this
Hmm.
technology. We can actually learn with this technology. We can actually create with this technology.
It's Twitch points. Here it is.
I'm sorry. Finn's bookshelf was filled with books that deep down we knew we would
Poppy_FXIRY says at Poppy_FXIRY.
Efficary.
The ones we wanted on the shelf and the ones that we can neatly pack in the basement. Temporarily, of course.
Poppy_FXIRY says test.
I fixed it, chat. Don't worry. Let me before you do it, let me refund the other ones. I fixed it. I fixed it. I'm a genius. Bixby, nobody's talking to you, Bixby. Stop trying to.
Camino VT says cylindrical.
Cylindrical. My wife mess. Reject. And then everything else complete. We did it. We're geniuses. They look up genius in the dictionary and it's us. Cylindrical.
Okay, as
I was packing this stuff up, I just want everyone in the audience to know that we have not one, but 2 copies of a very heavy book, The Mists of Avalon by Marion Zimmer Bradley. The same book, the same book, the same, why, 2 of the same book that we are probably not going to read. But they're so difficult to get rid of because we know deep down how important they are.
I could do this a different way, but I don't want to.
To read all that we have time for. So if we don't like something, the best we can hope for is to make it public, make it accessible, so the next person can pick it up and maybe read it and maybe get some truth out of it.
Sometimes I don't think this brush is doing anything. No, it is. I see it now.
What are these?
So, a lot of the books that we've had for many years came from your great-grandparents. Your grandmother's grandfather worked for a paper company, and he traveled all over the world, like around 1910.
Paper company.
A lot of books that he collected, and that was one thing when you had an educated family, you had a lot of books because you had the resources to have them. And that's where all your information came from too. So the series of Tolstoy books he brought back from England, but some of the interesting things where it's like the events of the Great War, those were written.
Look, I already forgot what color I used.
World War II, and there was only the Great Wars. The small ones are your great-grandfather Clark's books that he used in college. So several of them he took Shakespeare, poems, and he also was in the theology school because he was a minister. The smaller books were, he would carry them to class. That's kind of neat to think of.
No, I don't even have to.
Being younger than you.
Actually, here though, I do.
Carrying those books.
Which is base.
In them, too.
Oh, wow.
They made notes in them.
What is that?
Characteristics of W's poetry.
Need to get number...
I think it's tried.
Multiple languages?
Multiple...
Languages?
Language?
Of...
Something. We...
Rebelled?
Yeah, we're moving up. They got a bit of the K-pop idol treatment, and they look kind of pretty, and their lips are really juicy, and I don't know how to unjuicify them.
I never have to worry about people reading.
Alright, I just realized they're telling a really sweet story about their family and printing paper press, and then their grandma and her husband bringing them home, and that's why they have so many books, like the same books. And I'm over here like, dang, why are they so juicy? I'm just processing that it's 2 a.m. They just got juicy lips for real. I've been trying so hard to not make their lips juicy because they're really not that juicy. But like, I don't know what I did, but they're just so juicy here. You know how juicy their lips are? Why are they so juicy? Oopsies. Don't know what I did. I've been trying to fix it too, and they just keep coming out juicy.
I can barely read my own handwriting.
You can't read your own handwriting. Yeah, his handwriting got worse and worse. So he typed everything. Like I'd get letters from him and they'd be typed. On a
click. Yeah.
Yeah. It's interesting because there are other books that we didn't keep that I wish we did. Grandpa was, he was a minister. So, there was a time when he was writing a sermon every Sunday and he kept them. And I don't know what happened to him.
Damn.
And for a long time,
his ring.
He also in college he wrote me a letter.
I forgot I was making a chain. Oh, I hate doing chains.
I cherished the letters. I don't know what I did with them.
No.
I don't know. Some paper you save, and some you get rid of.
It's hard to recognize in the moment what's important and what's not important.
Yeah, that's true. And maybe that's one of the things with the books. Maybe that's why we have held on to the books for that long because they look important. They're memories too. Like I look and I can see his writing and I remember that. Stuff fades over time too, so but it's still neat to have them.
Yeah.
So
cool.
That's cool.
Yeah. That's about it.
Okay, cool.
Cool. Thank you.
There's something.
Get on your feet. This sad to see rolling hills or city streets.
So many books. CDs. Interesting. I liked how he did his videos. Subscribe. I wish I had an emote that threw ass like that. The best I can do. Where is it? Where's my duck ass? I don't want to type it. It's so much work to type. There it is. Wait, do I have another one? Oh, this is the only one that I have that throws ass.
I don't write books. Sorry, I've never...
If you have not watched... Oh, it doesn't work. Oh, it's broken again. Hey, wait, is it what the problem is? Do I have like a limit on it? Maybe this is my fault.
Camino VT
No, it
says,
works.
"Where's my duck ass?" Poppy 2025.
Real. Wait, I did say that. Wait. It does work. I don't know why it doesn't work sometimes. And sometimes it just takes a while, I guess. Not throwing it enough. I know. I need one that throws ass. Because that one's... It just goes around in circles. Oh, as I was saying, I think this might have spoilers for Arcane. But it might have spoilers for a lot of stuff. Shows that I too have not seen.
written a story that was not a screenplay. So when I say dialogue, I'm exclusively referring to the words that come out of characters' mouths. I'm not going into said versus exclaimed or paragraph breaks because none of that stuff exists in my trade. But for the pros folk, there's still huge overlap, so I'd encourage you to stick around. Dialogue is dead last.
What is that?
Operations. After your central idea, after your characters, after your conflict, after your scenes. Wait, scenes. Let's talk about those for a second. Before you can attempt a first draft as per the local script method, you're gonna have to take your big character flowchart and divide it into scenes. Not key moments connected by vibes, actual scenes. Contained blocks of time set at specific locations. Remember, we're talking screenplays here. If information is not communicated within the confines of a scene, it's not communicated at all. And this is something I didn't fully realize until I tried to adapt a novel into a screenplay. The manuscript I was adapting, written by a friend of mine, had pages and pages of thoughts, feelings, and information, all of it communicated with an exceptional degree of elegance. But only one paragraph in 20 would communicate something that was actually happening on the timeline. And so to communicate the information in those other 19 paragraphs, I would need to invent new scenes, which became irritating for my adaptee, which is why the product never got past a half-baked pilot draft. Which is all to say that dialogue is one of the writer's tools for communicating information in universe. Factual information, emotional information, cultural information, etc. And that sounds like a no-brainer, but it is a brainer, because if you're anything like me, you know a lot of stuff
it looks a little funny.
I'm
gonna keep it like that because I kind of think it looks a little cute. I'm gonna turn that out.
Clarify my stance on exposition because many consider it to be inherently cringe, but I do not. If the character or device disclosing that exposition
it's really cute.
then it's not a
It's a little
problem.
mouse. I don't think it's supposed to be a mouse, but I can't tell.
I just wanted to make a point of ignoring it. That said, you're probably
Alpha lock, and we're gonna actually make the other chain a lighter color because
more than likely you'll be forced to do it within the confines of a dialogue scene. And by confines, I mean
stick
the
out
nature
more
of your characters. You have this giant pile of information, but your character acts as a filter. So the information is Bob feels extremely sad, but the filter is Bob is really committed to being an optimist. So Bob can't just come out there and openly be sad. To communicate to the audience that he's sad, we have to sneak through the filter. Bob would only say optimistic things because he's Bob, but we can have Bob phrase them in a vaguely cynical way. We can have him do subconscious things that give away his true emotions. That's basically the mental model I use to approach dialogue. Information through a human filter. The filter is, in a sentence, how would this character in this situation communicate this information? So, before you tackle a big dialogue scene, there are a couple things you'll need to do. Firstly, you'll need to list off all of the information the scene needs to communicate. To demonstrate this, I'm going to create a hypothetical sci-fi drama scene featuring the characters Philip and Kima, whom we're meeting for the first time. Here's how the scene is described.
You can't even see the video. My bad.
To pick up his stuff.
My bad. You're just listening to the video, not being able to see it.
Selected for a one-way trip to the planet Icarus. Philip is enthusiastic about the mission and doesn't care about their relationship. Kima is heartbroken. That's the information. And for the sake of this exercise, I'm going to force myself to squeeze all of that information into the dialogue, including specific names and dates. Okay, and done.
Hello, Kima. I am here to pick up my belongings from your flat. Also, it is the year of our Lord 2097.
Philip, we have been together for 6 months. I love you so much. I don't want you to go to space.
I don't love you. I love my career. I am very excited about my career at the Space Academy, where I will travel to the planet Icarus.
I am so sad about this information.
I am never coming back to Earth. Goodbye.
I did communicate all of the information I wanted to, but that scene felt robotic because I forgot my filters. Who are these characters? You need to definitively list off your character's priorities at this point in the story. That is your filter. What your filter isn't is a description of the character's personality. Avoid one-word
You're good listeners. But you gotta watch the video to understand what's going on.
I'll have the funny characters say it in a funny way. You're not grounding the line in anything meaningful. Instead ask, what does this character want in this scene, and how would their wording reflect that? Let's just say Philip is the kind of person who doesn't confront negative emotions. He just wants to ride the high, and if you get all dramatic, he's gonna snap at you. Basically,
for sure.
Deeply unhealthy Enneagram 7.
The ring I get.
And Kima knows all of this. Throughout the relationship, she's been putting her negative emotions aside because she knows that expressing how she really feels would scare him off. But now, it's their last time seeing each other, and she's been keeping so much in for so long, and she's confused because now he's leaving anyway, and by the end of the scene, she's going to explode on him. In addition to all of this, Philip and Kima are both sane human beings who wouldn't just, state what the current year is. But for the sake of the exercise, we're going to find a way to sneak that through the filter along with everything else I highlighted. This will be no easy task. There is, of course, an artistic, musical component to dialogue, and I'll talk about that later, but right now I'm thinking tactically. I need to get my information through the filter, starting with... He walks in. So what's their first interaction? How can I set the tone for this whole scene? Hey.
Hey.
That's it. That's basically a perfect introduction to their dynamic. Now, why is Philip here?
Hey.
I'm here to pick up my stuff.
No, she knows that. He wouldn't just say it like that. What if we use this opportunity to learn more about
Got it all together in the living room.
Boom, multitasking. With this line, we give a justification for why Philip is here, and we show what sort of person Kima is. She's making kind gestures towards him, even now. She's making his life easier because that's how she expresses love. And how does Philip respond to that? Well, I'm
Abby Abyss _ VT says it seems Camino wants to be called Duck IC Kappa.
I don't understand. What do you mean Camino wants to be called Duck? What do you mean?
Not appreciative the way she wants him to be. No eye contact.
Camino, is this true?
Damn, thanks, Kim.
Yeah.
You know what's crazy? The first Icarus mission
crazy?
Right? And when they arrive in 2 years, it'll have been like a 14-year thing. But we're doing the whole trip in 8 years. That's how fast the technology's moving.
Good enough.
The third mission could even beat us there.
Is he
I'll
just
say
rattling
that,
off exposition? Yes, but this is purposeful.
I don't get it either. So we're all lost. We're all lost except for Abby. Abby knows she's keeping secrets.
How's your mom?
I think this is good because it establishes that Kima knows Philip's family and deepens their history, and it's also a subtle way for her to inject sentimentality into
Abby
the
Abyss _VT says he said earlier, where is my duck ass?
No, I said earlier, where's my duck ass? Because I was looking for my emote called duck ass.
very blunt. He can see what she's trying to do. This is also him putting up a boundary. Subtextually, he's saying, the correct way for you to respond to this is to support me.
I remember when we all went out to dinner, the day you got into the academy, she was...
Basically, there's the first quarantine period. He's really not trying to have a serious conversation. We can use him packing up his stuff as a device to keep him in the room. But we have him loading into his vehicle, so we use the bags like a timer, and we keep cutting back to the bags like 4 left, 3 left, 2 left. Oh boy, she better get this off her chest. And he's just rambling, all excited, and we're on her face the whole time.
I'm really proud of you, Philip.
Thanks.
Guess I should work on the skirt next. Oh.
I wanted... How are you feeling?
Again, she can't just initiate the conversation she wants to have.
I actually can't, because I need at least 1, 2, 3, 4 layers at separate times. At least 3 layers to work on the skirt. I have to fill... I gotta... need to blend some stuff together, but a lot of things are not ready.
Wait, I'm sorry.
Like the shirt.
Could we...
It's not ready.
Talk about you and me?
I don't really know what there is to talk about. You know, we had our fun. I'll always consider you a friend, but I'm never coming back. I don't want you to mope about this.
This is the wrong shirt.
Yeah, mope. That's what you're doing, Kima. You're making this about you.
I'm sorry, I know. I just wish we could...
You knew this was the endgame. Like 6 months ago, we moved in together. You knew I was going to end up on that ship.
I'm not trying to stop you.
Yes, you are. You're gonna cry and you're gonna beg me to stay here with you.
I'm not.
You are.
I just wanted you to say goodbye.
I did.
No, not like...
You want me to hug you and kiss you and mope with you? How is that gonna
Why
make
is he being so mean to her,
I don't
chat?
want it to be easy. I just want it to be real. Please tell me if it was real.
Please, was it real?
Sponsored by Skillshare.
Damn it.
What?
You there, I see you peeking your head into the creative world. You thinking about going to college, huh? Turning your passion into a degree? Well, that makes sense on the surface, but here's the truth. For centuries, higher education has carefully curated an aura of legitimacy, but that $50,000 slip of paper isn't why you're getting hired. You're getting hired because of your skills. And a more affordable, more adaptable way to obtain those skills is Skillshare. Color grading.
Skillshare.
Get a film degree and take a color grading elective my 3rd year and spend a fortune in the process only to struggle in the job market like everybody else, or I could take this 75-minute color grading class from an industry professional, absorb the specific skills I need, integrate them into my current short film project seen here, and move on with my life, all for the reasonable price of... What? Are you serious? Apologies, I was just informed by a little birdie that the first 1,000 people to use this link will get a 1-month free trial to
That
Skillshare.
link, I bet it does not work because this video is 2 years
So
old.
if you're ready to start learning today with Skillshare, you can get 40% off your first year using... I'm leaving both down below so you can choose the best offer for you. There is something for everybody on this platform. If I want to pull clients, a class like Personal Projects to build your portfolio and get the gigs you want is going to tell me exactly how to do that.
I forgot what I was looking at.
You can pick a degree's worth of classes, or you can just start with one little thing that interests you. No goal is too small.
You need to darken
No
his
time is wasted. Start your real education on Skillshare for free.
Also, your breath stank.
This is a
Yo,
smooth
brave
transition
stank.
into the next part of the video. Fitting information naturally in your scene was the first thing I talked about, and I do think my model works for that, but it's not terribly specific, so I want to focus on some do's and don'ts. There is a phenomenon I like to call the alley-oop line. You know it when you see it. It's a line that exists only to facilitate the next line. Usually what this looks like is a random question at an unnatural time.
Back at the tank, why'd you stick your neck out for me? Call it foolish, naive hope.
Nothing takes me out of a dialogue scene like this, and I've done it myself more times than I can count. I have the meaningful line, and I need to get my conversation there, so I have another character set it up.
Control operations to temporal pizza. Boom!
How's it looking, chat? Does this look cute?
It's impure. Why does the protagonist pick this moment to ask who the commanding officer of the mission is? And regardless, that's such a weird way to ask.
Where's my pants at?
Do these missions belong to people? Has that ever been the language used to describe them? Look, these lines never derail a scene. Even at their worst, they're usually forgotten right after the cool line happens, but I bring them up because I believe them to be symptoms of a larger problem. I know I talk structure on this channel, but a part of that structure is the illusion of a natural progression. And that applies to dialogue just as much as it applies to the cause and effect progression of the plot. Alley-oop lines are the writer fudging cause and effect to meet a desired end. Not to an egregiously high degree, but just enough to turn a character into a device for a split second. So what are some solutions to this? I think the first question to ask yourself is whether or not you even need a setup line. The tweak I would make to the tenant scene would
Hey,
go
that's
like
Robert
this.
Patterson.
Because Neil was already in a bean-spilling mood. But let's say that's not an option. Let's say I need a character to disclose their opinion on the nature of power in a scene. That's a tall order. Somehow Silco, this guy, needs to verbally state his ideology. If I were a lesser writer, I might have Savika walk in and ask, "Hey boss, what do you think about power?" But I'm an arcane writer, so I'm gonna reach into the plot and create a situation where it would make sense for Silco to disclose his ideology, one where doing so would benefit him. An underling is communicating a boundary, and Silco needs to get past that boundary, so Silco attributes his own power to his lack of boundaries.
It comes to those who will do anything to achieve it.
AKA his ideology. This thug kid didn't have to be apprehensive about taking that scissor. He could have just been like, hell yeah. But by making one little change to one little side character, we open the door to conflict. And conflict is the state in which characters reveal things about themselves. I like to think of all dialogue as conflict, especially dialogue between
I think I've
thematic
gotten a
characters.
lot done today.
It should go without saying that if you can't think of anything meaningful for your characters to disagree on, you might have to return to your outline and perspective map. But turning a disagreement into a conflict requires plot. Character A hates Hawaiian pizza and character B loves it. They disagree. But it's not a conflict until the time comes to order pizza. Which is all to say that if you have a bunch of characters who are ripe with disagreements but still not butting heads, it's probably because you
I haven't even finished Marche. I just realized he got a sticker.
Those characters in a situation where the claws are going to come out. They're just standing around. But I think I have a halfway decent fix for this, or at least a mental process you can maybe use to remedy it. If you're struggling with a dialogue scene, ask what else is happening in the scene besides dialogue. And if the answer is
I think my pants are...
make something happen. Hell, make more than one thing happen. An unprompted Pulp Fiction style banter about Hawaiian pizza is level 1. An argument about what to order is level 2. An argument about what to order while on the phone with the pizza guy is level 3. An argument about what to order while on the phone with the pizza guy while simultaneously trying to fix a busted water pipe. Okay, you get the idea. If a dialogue scene feels like it's happening in a void and you don't want that to be the case, make it collide with the plot a little bit. Make it a situation-specific dialogue scene. The dialogue can interact with the location and the props. After all, it's just one tool the writer has. Break out the whole tool belt. Use subtext to your advantage. Maybe that Hawaiian pizza argument is
Don't know
code
what
for something
that-
else. A real emotional dispute between these two characters, lurking just under the surface. So they're getting extremely emotional about this pizza, but it's not actually the pizza they're talking about. You know what I mean? You can see this in practice with The Wire.
It's local.
When D'Angelo, Bodie, and Michael Bikel Jordan talk about chess, they use the game of chess as an allegory for the drug operation. And everyone's like, oh shit, the subtext. But that's not the subtext. That's just an allegory the characters are making in universe. The real subtext of the scene is how the characters respond
This was
to
the
the allegory.
painted man.
Pawns, man, in the game,
They're in the wrong spot.
they get capped quick. They be out the game
Where the
early.
fuck his head go?
Unless they some smart ass pawns.
You can boil ideas down to physical representations, you know, props. And when the characters express attitudes towards those props, they're actually expressing attitudes towards the ideas imbued in those props. The most common example of this is when a character will have a deceased loved one whom they remember by carrying around an object. It's an incredibly human way to process feelings, and it's also a tactic that can be used to give dialogue more layers. The cool thing about subtext is that it forces the audience to actively decode the text, which keeps them engaged. You know, if you care about that sort of thing. And when you find crafty, colorful ways to communicate your information in every scene, it's gonna hit so
I found it. It was his fingernails.
Two characters alone in the void scene, because the absence of other variables will itself become a variable that tells the audience, hey, you can't look away this time. This moment is big and absolute. Ever done improv? Yes. And I enjoyed it. So yes and is one of the core tenets of improv. Basically it means you should never just respond. You should respond and then give your scene partner a little extra. That way the conversation can mutate, new information keeps getting added by design, the scene stays alive and never gets stale. Does that mean you should drop a huge game-changing revelation at the end of every line? Absolutely not. All I'm saying is that maybe the answer to your writer's block is letting a bit of additional information slip out. Here's one more visualizer. This is what we'll call a type A conversation. Every line is a line, every color is an idea. But this is a type B conversation. The colors are offset. Here's the yes, here's the and the and sets the stage for the next line, making the conversation harder to disengage from.
First model walks, second model duplicates, Then elaborate.
I mean, basically, yeah.
I'm not trying to stop you.
Yes, you are. You're gonna cry and you're gonna beg me to stay here with you. This specific rhythm of dialogue is by no means something I'm prescribing for your specific situation, but it's just one more thing that could help you. And if you maintain this rhythm for a scene and then abruptly change it, that could be really cool too. I don't know. I'm spitballing. I planned for this to be a longer video, but I couldn't think of anything to do besides analytically ogle at my favorite dialogue scenes, which wasn't really my intent going in. I get a lot of positive feedback on my writing strategies, and I'm very happy to have helped people along on their journeys, but for every 99 of those comments, I get one that goes, "Hey, could you stop trying to be a writing coach and just go back to having takes, please?" Sometimes these comments are very polite, and other times I'm accused of thinking I know better.
Sinmara says juicy.
Juicy.
Here's a synopsis of my whole thing. I'm not just here to
Is it a crime to be too juicy though?
I want to rise above that discourse and
is being juicy a
new writing frameworks that
being
help me get
too
better
juicy a crime?
In the past, critique as a means to an end. Even my the Q&A ended up being over 3 hours. If you sent in a question, thank you. If you're new, thank you for sponsoring this video. And as always, thank you to my patrons. Aaron Rockensock, Alex Moore, Alexandria, Chloe, Elise Ottmain, Arcane Wit. Everybody go check out his meme page. It's really good. Bradley Crone, Casey Brown, Daniel Langley, Deborah, DeWald Oliver, Elijah, K. Ashburn, Eric J. Moffat, Evan Wiles, Gubbins, Hamoon Bertram, Jake Eckenroe, Janelle Jones, Jarrett Tyree, Joanna Van Brunt, Joseph Dan Rodriguez, Jude Abuhamda, Karasu, King Tut, Lion, Lucas, Matthew Torres, Micah Zagerbelny, McKeel N, Nachos, Poop Shoe Rogers, Prolificity, Rafael D'Amico, Regin Frosch, Ryoshi, S. Sam Jab, Source Cotton, Teddy Squid, Tom Asteen, Trevor Carson, Veerslav, and Von Luger. You guys are hot shit. Everyone, my Patreon is great. You should check it out or something. I don't know. But yeah, take it easy. Believe in yourselves. I'll see you next time.
Interesting. I'm trying to decide if we watch one more video and I like color one more thing. I was going, actually, I don't even remember what I was going to start on. I could start on Porter's Hand, which I found out how to recently do it. It's but I think my fingers look weird when I do it. I could do his hand for it. I don't know. Ooh, do you know what I want to do though? Let me see if I can Google it. What I'm thinking about doing is like Hawaii. I want to do it like, because I think I'm gonna make them even smaller and do kind of like art. That's not how you spell art. I might have to look on like Pinterest or Hawaii. Look, Hawaii. Strip. But I don't know if this is going to come across well, but my idea for it is kind of like a little bit of this, where like the cute little film strip kind of stuff, like this, you know how it's all cute and like that, or like around it, like kind of in the background though. I don't know how to describe it. Like they're gonna be a little in front of it or in their own little strip, and then there's gonna be like film strip in the back, which is why I did the little chibi versions, you know. But the plan is to be like like I don't know, like a little, like not really like that, like it's in my head how I want to do it. I just don't know how to execute it in a way that is cute. But like kind of like film strippy, Y2K, kawaii. Maybe Y2K. It's like collage, like with these kind. I kind of like that. Collage I wanna do, but like them sitting like on like the chibis are sitting on a film strip that kind of like wraps around it. Does that make sense? I don't think it makes sense. I think in my head it makes sense, but like in actuality, it's not giving the sense like that I'm thinking. No? You can't stay. Okay, we'll watch a little bit of this. Let me sketch out the background that
The opening of Final Fantasy X is one of the busiest starts to a game you'll find. Very little time is wasted as you're plunged into a world overflowing with imagination. Fans rush to a stadium with a hanging sphere of water at the center of the playing field for a sport that you could only have dreamt up. Heavy guitar riffs tear into your soul. We pan above a city nested at sea, its buildings accented with tiny waterfalls. A man in red stands above it as the ocean somehow dances in the sky behind him. He seems to toast his drink to a gargantuan wall of water on the horizon. Strangely, the city seems to warp and distort at its presence. Gravity gets a little sleepy. And without warning, something hiding inside the tsunami attacks, desperately wounding the city. The sphere of water shatters and falls. Statues and buildings crumble. Sirens sound. People cower in terror, and eventually, our seeming main character, Titus, finds himself hanging on for dear life at the feet of the man in red, Auron. We get a breathtaking wide shot of the calamity, and with no explanation, Auron looks up to it to ask, "You are sure?" Moments later, they are both somehow peeled out of this existence and into another. They travel through space or time or reality. It's impossible to say this early in the game, but this opening act uses those tiny details to leave you with a pile of unanswered questions. The opening scene of Xenoblade Chronicles 3 is largely similar in its approach. Children rush through a crowd on the way to an event of some kind to see the fireworks.
That's fine. Can't think of what I want.
Just pauses for one of them. Birds freeze mid-flight. Footsteps halt. The wind itself seems to have choked.
Kinda like, how do I show you? A little bit like this, but film strips. See, you can't even see that shit. Like this. Can't. There was a bit of it. All of it. But like, that's kind of what I want to do. But I don't know really how to do it. Like, I am trying, like, the way I'm envisioning it is not visioning. No?
Still, his eyes search the plaza, confused and terrified. He turns to the horizon as another planet barrels toward his own. After this, we somehow arrive at a battlefield with no explanation for what has just occurred. 1000 times resist in its beginning moments. Literally the first seconds of the game open with this scene. Someone utters a prayer to an unseen god, then asks why she is getting interrupted. The camera pans back, presumably to your character. You are given a dialogue option that you have no possible way of knowing the correct answer to, and then...
Hair to hair.
Oh, I found one. It's sort of. Maybe I could do it kind of how this person did, where it's like a Polaroid. And a
Neva
film
opens
strip?
with
I
a
really want a
bird
film
freshly
strip.
fallen from the sky, rotting
That's why I
in
did
an
the little
almost
chibis.
beautiful way. Upon discovering this, seconds later, the main character Alma and her wolves are attacked by some non-specific evil that claws away at her furry friends. When she awakens, one beast has died. It's immediately heartbreaking and a daring way to open a game. These journeys all do something that I've always really admired in storytelling. They present pieces of information that will seem mostly unrelated for a good handful of the story, but suddenly become startlingly important in the end when you finally realize their relevance. They give you full circle endings. And harmoniously, they are also games that revolve around a cycle, a never-ending pattern that casts a shadow over the narrative, one that you and your friends as the heroes of these stories will attempt to break. And as video games go on its own, that's a very vanilla plot structure, right? There is a great evil, it has our friends trapped and suffering for generations, let's break it and live free of that oppression. You see it all across storytelling, not just video games. The Matrix, The Prince of Egypt, The Hunger Games, your Monday morning alarm clock. The cycle of tyranny is certainly not a trope that any of these games came up with, but they are stories that have somehow made me wonder what it would be like to be the tyrant, which is not what I expected out of them. I never related to Ramesses growing up, you know? I've never thought it would be cool to be mothered off and keep someone trapped for their entire life just so that I could.
What does a film strip look like again?
It's horrible. Actual, palpable evil. And yet somehow these titles used their cycles and those cryptic openings to not just make me feel like a liberator or a savior, but instead make me feel closer to the villain and better understand them. In moments
Dad, I forgot what a film strip looks like.
I genuinely think I would have chosen what these games describe as the morally wrong decision. I would have been the catalyst that plunges these worlds into these horrible cycles. And I know how this sounds, but don't worry, playing these games will not turn you into a supervillain or worse, a politician. Or worse,
politician.
But I do think they would better
You forgot what a film strip looks like too?
Lack of human imperfection in your soul, and maybe better understand yourself and others.
I'm trying to find one on Pinterest.
This is going to be one of those videos that hopefully has us both crying in the club once we wrap it up.
Out.
Today, we're talking about games that don't just illustrate a cycle of suffering, but that show
Using
how that
my
cycle began, and why empathizing with the evil is just as important as being inspired by the
Okay, found one.
There will be some mild and some major spoilers for quite a few titles in this, but there will be well-marked timestamps throughout. These two generally illustrate the same point, so if you skip one and watch the other, you'll be fine. But honestly,
I think
most of the spoilers
gotta say goodbye to my
I really don't think it'll tarnish a
bed
further
sheet
playthrough. So just give it a go and use your
because
judgment. Or, you know, you could just completely throw
I don't
caution
have
to the wind
enough
and let it
room.
take you for a ride.
I hope I don't need those. I hope those weren't important anymore.
Himself in a world completely alien to his own. His city, Zanarkand, allegedly was destroyed 1,000 years ago. So as the player, it seemingly becomes clear, somehow you've traveled 1,000 years into the future. That thing that attacked Zanarkand is called Sin, and the people of Spira have been suffering its wrath ever since. The cycle that Final Fantasy X presents is Sin's constant defeat and reappearance because unfortunately, Sin cannot be defeated, at least not permanently. A summoner must go on a pilgrimage across Spira in order to collect powerful beings called Aeons and eventually summon the final Aeon, a force that will banish Sin for 10 years. The people call it the calm, a period of respite from the calamity. Once the calm is over, Sin will return, a new summoner must rise, and the cycle begins anew. In the rotation of the cycle that Titus happens upon, he meets a summoner in training named Yuna, whose father was the last person to banish Sin. Titus agrees to be one of her guardians for her pilgrimage, and the two of them, being the youngest and often most naive of the group, hit it off. Each grew up in the shadow of a wildly successful father. Both are overwhelmed in their own way. Yuna under the pressure of potentially saving her world, and Titus coming to grips with being literally torn from his. They relate to each other in a way that the rest of the crew simply cannot. And as the narrative unfolds, we see them grow together, we see them confide in one another and find peace in each other's presence. Their conversations are warm and light. This laugh scene you've probably seen, by the way. In context, it is not terrible voice acting. Yuna is trying to cheer Titus up and asks him to force a laugh. He does, she joins in, and afterwards they share a genuine laugh at how insane that just was to do in front of their friends. It's even performed this way in the Japanese version. And it's scenes like this that make you fall in love with seeing them together. But because of the ever-growing threat of sin, as well as other hints about what exactly happens when Yuna summons the final Aeon, you as the player find yourself desperately wanting them to slow down, to just remain in these tender moments. With every new leg of the journey and every new revelation, you can't seem to shake the feeling that this can't last. Fearing that, you almost wish they'd forget this journey and just build a life together. Let another summoner beat sin. Don't go back to Xanarkin. Don't go forward to sin. You want them to just stay here. And I want you to remember that tug in your chest, because it's going to be very important later. Xenoblade 3's cycle also revolves around a decade. The people of Kevez and Agnes, two ever-warring nations, have 10-year lifespans that somehow begin in adolescence. In that time, all they know is combat and watching their friends die at the hands of the enemy. You kill the other side, you get to absorb their life force back into your side and keep on living. If you make it to 10 years, you are celebrated and quote-unquote sent back to the queen in a grand ceremony. These individuals live in order to die. And whereas Final Fantasy X spends most of the game discovering the details of its cycle and then seeking to break it later on, Xenoblade makes it very clear early on that this must end. Two small squads from each side, Noah, Lanz, and Uni, Mio, Taion, and Senna, after fighting discover that they are evenly matched. All of them exhausted, Noah begins to question to both sides why they're doing this.
Why are you fighting me?
Fate suddenly intervenes as a strange man steps in to stop the violence, claiming that their real foe is Mobius. Mobius is the reason for all of the fighting. After finding that they're stronger together, the six of them put their differences aside and try to end this war. And in the first half of the game, we don't get a ton of explanation as to what Mobius precisely is. There are clues over time. Many Mobius members are old, while our party is clearly young.
He's so different from us.
All wrinkled.
But while the threads of this mystery slowly unravel, you of course get to know these characters quite well. Taion and Uni slowly become best friends. Lanz and Senna challenge one another to break out of the shadows of their past together. You get to watch the walls between Noah and Mio crumble as they learn to trust one another. As the offseers of their squads, they've been charged with sending off all of their friends to look those gruesome endings in the eye every time. They've intimately seen death more than anyone else, and who here can possibly relate to that more than each other? And like Titus and Yuna, you can't help but get swept off your feet at their sweet little interactions and how much they respect one another and continually amaze one another. But like Final Fantasy X, you get the feeling that this cannot last, as it becomes hard to ignore the fact that Mio's decade is nearly finished. She has 2 months left. Much like 10, there is this dissonance between what Mio wants, which is to hurry up and go end the war, and what you, the player, want, for things to slow down, to not rush this journey because you don't want to see her go in case the cycle can't be broken. You don't want Noah to lose her. And you kind of see this manifest in him as well. In one scene where Noah wants to take their time and be very careful, Mio is panicking because she can't afford to lollygag or be too strategic.
Take what easy. You rest today, and tomorrow, before I know it, it'll be time.
She wants her final days to matter. And of course, you want them to matter too, but also, can't we just stay here a little bit longer? Surely we can afford to wait some, right? The prison chapter in Xenoblade 3 is not your typical prison chapter. In Chrono Trigger, you break out in a fun stealth sequence. In Wind Waker, you just find a hole in the wall. But here, no one comes to bail you out. There is no game to be played. Our heroes, in a narrative where time is more precious than any other resource, are trapped in jail literally until Mio's homecoming. This is where she will spend her final 2 months. Not laughing with her
good
friends,
enough.
realizing her
We
true
just say
feelings
good
on
enough.
a magical evening in the woods, not admiring a sunset with Noah, but here, all alone in a cell adjacent to her friends. Your heart shatters as after weeks of silence, she finally speaks with Noah through the wall.
I'd like to spend that time with my Noah.
It's a bitter reminder
think I
of
need
what
to
could have been, what should be,
bring it more.
if not for this evil cycle.
I want
Time
3
marches toward the
holes.
end, and every fiber
So it
of
makes
your being
sense with
wishes
3, but
that
I
time could simply stop, that you wouldn't be
to make it
forced to say goodbye. And by design, it's this exact desire that you are feeling as this plays out that created the cycle that is now causing these emotions. This is in one of the big bad villains of Xenoblade 3, the one who captured and imprisoned Noah and the crew. And at the dramatic conclusion of this chapter, he, or perhaps Noah himself, experiences a vision, a reel of never-ending memories. Noah and Mio have lived and died countless times over history, constantly re-feeding into this cycle with no memory of their previous lives until this moment. In their previous decade lifespans, they've been married, had children, fallen in love over and over again. They've found their way to each other in each instance, and Noah,
It do be
without
good.
fail, continues to watch her die. Maybe it was in
Game?
combat, maybe it was due to sickness, maybe her decade was up, maybe it was instead having to say goodbye to their child.
I don't know why my
But after
iPad's
suffering the
lagging
loss
so
of the
much.
ones he loves most, this Noah is given a chance to do what we have been silently screaming for this entire game, to simply stop, to stay with Mio and no longer be subject to the pain of loss and suffering, to no longer be chained to the ravages of sorrow and time, to never have to say goodbye again. And it would have been very possible for him to walk away like a typical video game hero. This isn't right, I can't accept it if it's not real. But like a human, like I would likely also do if I were given the chance to never have to say goodbye to my wife, he takes it.
So you have chosen then the endless now.
And it's at this moment that he, like so many others, becomes Mobius, becomes in, and feeds into the cycle of suffering. Not because he is a biblical slave driver or the head of a corrupt government, but because he's human, because the pain of loss has stripped him of all reason. This is likely exactly how one might feel after seeing their home be destroyed, as Xanarkand is. And it's from this piercing sorrow that the cycle of sin begins in Spira. Much of what I'm about to tell you is buried in the subtext. It's less direct of an illustration as we get in Xenoblade, but it sort of all starts to become clear when Titus touches this wall of statues near the peak of Mount Gagazet. Statues that hold the souls of people who willingly sacrifice themselves to be sealed away. Their latent desires are the power source that summoners use to call forth aeons. A fate perhaps not better, but certainly different than death. They call them faith, souls that have not moved on. And after touching one, Titus falls into a sudden dream of his home. For the first time since the start of the game, he is back in Zanarkand. During his time there, he speaks with one of those faith. We find out that 1,000 years ago there was a war, not where sin attacked, but where sin was created. Zanarkand was lost in this war, and so to preserve it,
This one, I'm thinking, this will be in the background.
And summon a dream state Zanarkand, one that really exists just like Aeons, one that exists in the current day, but is hidden far away at sea. The very same Zanarkand we see at the start. But to maintain that dream, sin had to be created to protect it, and to protect the summoner inside, summoning that dream. Titus's Zanarkand can only exist so long as sin exists. This dream that the people have wished for, out of the unyielding despair of losing their home, is their endless now, their way out of facing this tragedy. Like in, they don't move on. They can't accept saying goodbye. They simply want to stay. Don't you? These are not the first games to illustrate the pain of loss, nor are they the first to explore characters that can't accept that loss. All of Silent Hill 2 is a disturbing illustration of James's inability to deal with the loss of his wife, Mary. The town itself is a metaphysical manifestation of the repressed trauma and denial that she is really gone. He comes to the town because he believes he can find her there. Throughout much of the game, he desperately, almost delusionally holds fast to the notion that she could still be alive.
Mary? You're not.
In Hellblade, we guide Senua on a journey to find the soul of her lost lover, Dillion. She believes that the Norse gods have taken him, and so she drags herself through uncanny visions and encounters with living nightmares, again, all for the sake of finding what has been lost and bringing it back, all in order to escape the agonizing reality. These games all arrive at the same conclusion: refusal to let go, insistence upon never letting a memory stay a memory, only leads to ruin. These are the morally wrong decisions. You will only destroy yourself and those around you. To some degree, some of us may have experienced this in our own lives. Maybe a previous failed relationship leads you to close up emotionally for risk of getting hurt again. Perhaps you've lost someone and life hasn't been the same since. You can't move on. How could you? And because of this, your bonds to those you still have suffered. Maybe it's as simple
I don't know
as
what I'm gonna
marinating
put in
on
the
your
picture
past
frames. I didn't
mistakes,
think about that
living your
part.
life looking in
But
the rearview
this
mirror.
is
Maybe
what I originally wanted to do as a background when I saw this
Maybe
picture
you have every right to
and
feel
asked him if I could draw the
These
fun
games
art of
illustrate
it.
these emotions through big
It
magnanimous
was something.
metaphors, larger
This was
than
like
life
what the idea I had when I saw it because of the hearts.
war.
Why are you crying, Shinmara? Is it because the video is so sad? Gotta just let go. I'm not gonna lie, I've seen this video before. I realized it while I was watching it.
Hell, and yet, in so many ways,
But it's real.
they contradict
That
that
you
by
just
making
got
you
to
feel the
know.
exact emotion that they caution against. They say don't get attached, then make you get attached. They tell
Yo.
you to move on after making it hard to move on, which is something that Persona 5 does in a much
Bixby, nobody the fuck is
subtle
talking to you,
way,
Bixby.
because it asks you, what if your endless now didn't create a cycle of
I'm gonna throw
suffering?
her.
What if you could remain in a perfect world that didn't cost anyone anything? What if you could stay here and not be blamed for it? I'm going to tell you about one of the Persona 5 DLC endings. Now, before you skip, just hang on a second. This will tell you so incredibly little about the game. I promise this is actually a minor spoiler. I won't even utter any characters' names. No giant plot twists.
What if you
could
live in a
almost
juicy
file
world
this
with
away on the same level as like an Easter egg.
Wake up! You're in
There is
you're in a video game.
the royal
You gotta
DLC
wake
that,
up. You
should
gotta
choose
let
to
go.
accept, will give you an ending. And I can't really say it's the bad ending, but to call it the true ending would be a strict lie.
Wake up.
You are given the chance to give everyone a perfect life. Instead of beating the game's final enemy, you can accept their offer and all the people most important to you heal from their trauma.
Do you see what I'm trying to do? It's gonna be a picture frame with stuff in it. I don't know what's in it yet. But they're gonna sit on it, and then I'm gonna have another one.
Dreams have come true. Everyone is
I think I could
and smiling. The oldest of the group are graduating. Others are moving to your school next semester. You take a group photo and everyone seems genuinely joyous. You've earned this. There is no more evil anymore. This is how things should be. Nothing is wrong anymore. Right? If you haven't played this game and you just happened upon these credits, you'd probably think that it's the real ending. I mean, just look at these lovely illustrations, listen to this delightful music. What a nice game this must have been. But once the pictures end, you realize that the credits have been rolling at a strange angle, almost indicating that something is off. Finally, we arrive at the end screen, where again, all smiles, but your character in particular glares at the camera with a hauntingly rehearsed expression.
Wake up!
Something is wrong. This small alternative ending, instead of showing you the repercussions of not letting go on a grand scale, instead indulges you. It says, sure, have it your way. This is perfection. Do you want to stay here forever? And it's fascinating to see the amount of real humans that stand by it in message boards. Hot take, this is the best ending. There's nothing wrong with this ending. This is the ending everyone deserves. And yeah, you know, like how can you not be incredibly tempted by it? It opens up a whole fascinating dialogue, and perhaps it's a wake-up call if you are stuck in your own real world endless now.
Wake up!
You might think, yeah, but that's not real. These aren't real characters. People aren't flawless. These aren't humans. They're hollowed out approximations of them. Every scar and lesson that makes them who they are has been stripped away. We learn nothing in this timeline. And that, to me, is why this ending is so brilliant. It doesn't paint a picture of empathetic sorrow. It paints a picture of bleached perfection, so incredibly perfect that it's vexing. It makes us want to tilt it crooked on the wall, to graffiti it, to tarnish it, to make it better reflect what is real, because reality, that is where we mature, where life is really lived. As much as I want to, I can't stay here, actually. You can't keep me here.
I'm done. Why did I think I was Code Lyoko for a second?
1000 Times Resist is about so many things. Finding a way to fit it into a video is like trying to decide on what you want for dinner after that first paycheck of the month. There's just too many.
So this is what I'm thinking.
It's a narrative that takes place over several generations, but its cycle is a little murkier at first glance. As the game gets started and you move on from that cryptic stabby opening, you will play as Watcher, one of the several sisters in this perfect little garden. Everyone has their role. Everyone is happy. It is sterile. It is pure. It is creepy. Nothing is ever wrong. Everyone here lives in service to the All-Mother, the one from whom all the sisters come from. Some unseen person that, if you're good, if you do your job well, you will have the opportunity to meet. In fact, you'll join her outside of the garden in her fight against the big evil occupants, aliens that now reside on the surface and make it impossible to live without these masks. The All-Mother, however, in her infinite benevolence, again, if you are worthy, will give you immunity from the occupant's toxin, and in time, you, her, and all of the other worthy sisters will reclaim the world. That is the vision that Watcher and her best friend Fixer believe the day that Fixer is chosen to join the All-Mother. However, as the game progresses, you begin to see the loose threads in this grand tapestry. Watcher, doing her job by watching, is presented with the All-Mother's memories for the sake of preserving history. And it's in those memories that something begins to stink. The All-Mother, as it turns out, was once nothing more than a high school girl named Iris, who was somehow immune to the occupant's toxin and now can no longer age. And from the last remaining human, somehow we got here. And she kind of sucks. She's horrible to her only real friend. She wants to leave her mother and father, as many rebellious teens do. She is the origin of this whole religion, and without spoiling too much, she is a very flawed god, which Fixer actually warned you of after the first memory you explore. Mother is not all she is hyped up to be.
Iris? Kind of bad news.
And like Persona 5's false ending, you might begin to feel that desire to peel yourself away from it and accept the uncomfortable truth. This
uncomfortable truth, I'm floating.
And you'll follow Watcher's journey of discovery in the far distant future as she rebels against the All-Mother. And you'll follow Iris's journey as she rebels against her mother. And you'll follow Iris's mother as she rebels against her mother. And you'll follow Iris's father.
Dang, they're all rebelling against their mothers.
2019, where during a protest he meets Iris's mother. And you'll follow Secretary as they
go.
The central conflict in most of the games we've discussed today revolves around those in favor of the cycle. Those
gotta wait for the blue line to go all the way across the screen.
From all pain and suffering for them, and those who wish to break it, whether they benefit from that cycle or not. Most of these stories take the time to ensure that you empathize with both sides. Again, what they do supremely well is not make you feel like a liberator, but instead, on a very personal level, help you better understand how cycles of suffering begin so that you can break them in yourself and perhaps inspire others to do the same. 1000 Times Resist teeters on this conflict as well. Some characters understand that the All-Mother's world, while built on lies and pain and sorrow, is comfortable. Others simply cannot ignore the implications of just lying down and ignoring the injustice for the sake of preserving a perfect farce. Watcher cannot ignore the suffering that this reality was built upon. Iris cannot stay complacently with her parents when the world needs her immunity to develop a cure for the occupant's toxin. Iris's mother cannot stay in a country that does not allow her to live the life she truly wants. The people of Hong Kong cannot stand idly by and allow their government to subjugate its population. This game is a gorgeous story told over thousands of years, whose cycle is actually one of repeatedly breaking cycles, of resisting 1000 times over if necessary. Mothers and daughters, people and governments, followers and religions. Never accepting to stay in an endless now, never forfeiting a future that their grandchildren will inherit, rejecting comfort in lieu of choice and growth. Despite the pain that may come with it, seeing history repeat itself in this ever-rebellious fashion boisterously echoes the point of everyone who can't accept the false Persona 5 ending. As tempting as it is
imagine
to slip into
this
blissful fantasy,
and then
as hard as it is
I'd
to
put,
say goodbye,
if I did it,
that is the only way we
I would do like my
grow.
little chibi.
And I use the word grow by design because the final game we're talking about today takes these themes and views them through the lens of Mother Nature. Neva, as I mentioned earlier, begins with a funeral. Evil has taken one of your wolves, and you only have one left. A pup named Neva. And through the game, you see Neva grow. You go from protecting her and worrying about her to fighting alongside her and worrying about her. She, of course, is the thing you don't want to lose here. She is the Yuna, the Mio, the Dillian, the Mary, the damn it, if the dog dies, I don't want to play this. And as you explore this vibrant world, you find that nature is behaving in some suspicious ways. At the very start of the game, this bird doesn't just die, it's somehow preserved in haunting ashen flowers. Trees don't fall to the ground and decompose, they just hang in the air in this bizarre in-between state. Herons remain captured in a single heartbeat, wings spread but not flying, beaks open but hushed. Boars are frozen like statues mid-roar with
so something like this is what I want to
die here. They turn into something else. It's beautiful but also somehow profane and wrong. Sometimes corpses will attack you as these vile creatures possess them and make them dance like puppets. And you'll notice that defeating these creatures actually makes them return to the earth. Real flowers and vines sprout up over their bodies,
I might have to make them smaller. My idea, unless I move,
it's not death.
I want him to sit on the film.
It's peaceful. It's this malicious force that wants to preserve things in an almost perfect fashion. Cheap imitations of life are what you often fight against. This is Neva's endless now. Evil here takes the form of a sorrowful denial. This is prettier than death, surely. This way we can
like something like this in a way, where there's
the forest's leaves, the wolves.
Very fuck.
So deeply. And again, this game ensures that you are horrified at the idea of losing Neva. There's this dream sequence where Alba, the main character, sees a wolf on the horizon, a blackened, undead, unsent wolf. And you might interpret this as Alba's fear of losing Neva, of course, but it could also be a dream where she fights off the temptation to let Neva be taken by the Black Malice, to never have to say goodbye like she did before. It's a tale that highlights the fragility of life, and that despite how excruciating it is to let go, to do anything.
I don't know how I'm gonna do it actually. The idea is there, I just don't know how to execute.
Violation of nature, a profane desire that, although understandable,
because I want them to sit on these films.
In order to thrive.
I guess one could sit on a film.
You must wake up from the dream.
It's not that you're dreaming.
The cryptic openings that I mentioned at the start of this video all serve the same purpose, to both set up a full circle ending as well as, in some ways, contradict the game's message. Not to invalidate it, but to purposely pull you in two directions to show you that this message, while an ideal and while an inspiring way to live your life, doesn't make choosing it easy. If it were, you would not relate to the villain, you would not admire the hero, the cycle would not have begun. These beginnings must come full circle, and they don't patronize you by telling you that letting go is painless.
What does the browser
They remind you specifically what it will cost. What I didn't tell you earlier about that dream Titus has is that when he realizes he's dreaming and points it out, the Faith makes a critical clarification to what he says.
It's not that you're dreaming. You are a dream.
In the final act of the game, it slowly becomes clear that when sin is defeated, when Yu Yevon is defeated, when the Faith are all finally allowed to rest and the dream ends, that Titus himself will also end. He will disappear along with his city. Sin attacked Dream Zanarkand at the very start in order to break the cycle so that the Faith may finally rest and end the millennium of destruction.
You were sleepy, but now you're awake again?
Unbeknownst to Titus, a man who
is it because you're having an existential crisis?
Cycle may have saved Yuna, but tragically, it cost Titus his place in this world. And in one of the most
existential crisis, isn't it?
to a video game I will likely ever see, I'm still kind of recovering from it like 15 years later. Yuna must let him go. Titus must smile in the face of his own demise with the knowledge that he has just secured the futures of the people he loves most. Desperately, Yuna throws herself at him to keep him from leaving, but it's too late. The cycle is broken. The dream is over.
Hey, what if I did something like this and what?
The two worlds colliding at the very beginning of Xenoblade 3 is actually the moment that the Endless Now begins. The pausing of everything around Noah signals the beginning of 1,000 years of Mobius, where the two worlds of Xenoblade 1 and Xenoblade 2 have leaked into one another. Through some JRPG shenanigans, this is how the Great Pause begins. And as you get closer to the end of the game, it becomes clear that rejecting Mobius and attempting to end the Endless Now
what I would do, actually,
means that the worlds must separate again. Everyone here will return to their own worlds. And while this means no more cycle of war or 10-year lifespans, it also means that this magical crossing of the timelines will be no more. Senna and Lance are forced to say goodbye. Tyon gives Uni an herbal tea recipe to help with her anxieties. She won't wake up with it when they return to their worlds, but that doesn't matter. Noah and Mio, God damn it. And as the worlds begin to tear apart at the seams, that temptation to stay comes rushing back. They all begin running toward one another at a full sprint, but the ground beneath them, the air they breathe, the leaves and the trees all sort themselves back where they belong as the endless now becomes the inescapable then. In the final act of Neva, we have a new pup. Neva has found love, started a family, and now she, Alba, and Bruma roam this forest at the peak of springtime. It's lush, it's warm, it's tender, and it mirrors the start of the game, because after all,
I'm thinking of something like this.
Another bird falls.
I might have to not do
but this time, Neva and her pup fail,
I want to
finally
do it. It's
putting
not
that malice to rest. However, Neva is still mortally wounded. Alba wakes to a scene that is all too familiar. Neva is gone now. The malice that was plaguing the land is gone, but it cost Alba her dearest friend. But just like the start of the game, a new beginning and a new life awaits. These endings all make you hurt and cry and scream because they're real. The lesson these games want to tell cannot be told otherwise. Saying goodbye cannot be easy. It would be almost condescending to suggest that letting go is simple or clean. And it's because of this that we relate to the tyrant. It's because of this we're tempted to accept that false ending. It's because of this that presenting these feelings as a cycle is so tragically effective. When we can't move on, nothing changes. When we don't want to move on, we continually invite the same pattern of behavior, shutting down, indulging the comfort of apathy, never resisting an opportunity to wallow. The same habits swaddle us. The same thoughts visit us. Sorrow can be addicting in small doses, especially if it keeps us from getting hurt again. But it's because of these reasons we so deeply admire the heroes of these stories. We revere our friends in Xenoblade because they know what breaking the cycle means and choose to move forward in spite of what it will cost them. Our heart aches so much for Titus because we feel the gravity of his decision as he creates a bright future instead of indulging a sweet dream. We find inspiration in all of Iris's ancestors as through the generations they continually refuse to be imprisoned by convenience and indifference. They fight for a future that they can thrive in, not a falsely perfect ending. Life may end in Neva, but it is also always a new beginning. Life sprouts up from the lone. A new generation will live and love and have tender moments of their own because we chose to move forward. We inspired them to do the same. We looked toward the horizon with tears in our eyes and invited the tears, a then that they'll receive. These games illustrated something about myself that I feel like I understand now. They inspired me to break that cycle, and maybe they'll do the same for you. I hope you never forget that beautiful now, but never stop looking for more of them. Gaze toward that endless road ahead of you, and just walk on. Hey there, you. Thanks so much for watching. Happy New Year. It's good to be back. I've wanted to talk about JRPGs in depth for so long now, and after playing Xenoblade and seeing the parallels to Final Fantasy X, it had to happen. 10 was probably my first ever man game, if I'm being honest.
Man game. Dang it. Okay, I wanted to end after I did this video, but I want to do it. I want to finish this background really quick. For an idea? My eyes are watering. It's just a sketch and we choose a text. Let's do a quick video. Like what? 20 minutes? Why are you crying, Shamara? Is it cause I won't end stream? Are you crying cause I won't end? We need something quick. Let's do this one. Why do I like that? Can't even read it, but I dig it so much.
In the world of horror, few characters are as fashionably iconic as the final girl. While she is
a 24-hour stream, nice. Definitely cannot do a 24-hour stream. I think I would die.
Just fashionable. They're a form of nonverbal storytelling, one that is purposely crafted to reflect a final girl's personality and journey. Costume designers don't often get a whole lot of credit for the work they do, so in this video, I want to take a closer look at some of my favorite final girl outfits to see what exactly goes into styling.
Do I care about final girl outfits though? I thought this was gonna talk about like... Oh, I kind of want to watch this one. That's not even more. There we go, more.
The idea for this video came to me while I was working on my previous video, where I explored Julia Lee's 2011 film Sleeping Beauty and some of the controversy surrounding it. While I was doing research for that video, I came across comments where men were continually referring to Sleeping Beauty's main actress, Emily Browning, as Baby Doll, her character's name in Sucker Punch. These comments were also making vast character assessments of her, talking about her innocence and naivety, as if they knew her personally and also like she was a child that needed to be taken care of and watched after. In the same breath as this constant infantilization of a grown woman, they were also often over-sexualizing her and often sexualizing her as Baby Doll. I was well aware that Sucker Punch had a large cult following, but I've only been able to view the film through the lens of my own life and my own experiences, and perhaps naively assumed that its fan base was primarily women, and that they enjoyed the film for the same reasons that I do. Zack Snyder himself seems to be under the same impression as me, since he stated this in an interview for Letterboxd. To be frank, the people I've run across who've come to me and said, Sucker Punch is my favorite movie, are normally angsty teenage girls. So I was a bit surprised by these comments from so many men, and their extreme attachment to Emily by only seeing her as the character Baby Doll. I understand that it's not that literal, and these men do understand that she obviously isn't actually the character, but the traits that they were associating with her seem more connected to the personality.
I gotta figure out how I want to break this up,
Emily's
actually.
Personality. I suppose that a lot of them are assuming that Emily and Baby Doll have the same temperament and vulnerability, which is strange, but I also understand that it is something that happens with actors in memorable roles. In an article for On Fiction, the author writes about this phenomenon, which is called actor-character conflation. Although not explicitly focused on written narratives, Tal Orr and Papierman were intrigued by the concept of media consumers confusing events in a fictional universe with facts from the real world. For instance, one interesting aspect of watching a movie is how viewers perceive the actors portraying the various characters. Very often, fans of a TV show can come to confuse the traits of the character with those of the actor playing the character. Actors who play doctors on TV frequently get asked medical advice, and those who play villains on soap operas often receive very negative reactions from fans in real life. In real-life interactions, people tend to attribute others' behaviors to their personality rather than their situation, making the fundamental attribution error. In 2 studies, Tal Orr and Papierman tested the theory that individuals would also make this error when evaluating actors by improperly ascribing a fictional character's traits to the actor's personality, despite knowing the character is scripted and the actor is in a situation whereby he or she must behave in a certain way. The overall conclusion from these experiments was that even when we know that an actor is simply acting, we still tend to think that their real personality mirrors the character's personality. To me, it's fascinating and relevant to this discussion that the people within the experiment were most likely to form this association with the last scene that they had watched. So, in talking about Emily Browning and Baby Doll, it feels like it isn't simply actor-character conflation causing these men to form such a strong connection between Emily and her character in Sucker Punch, since most of the comments that I was seeing were from people who had seen the film Sleeping Beauty, so that would be their most current character association. Also, I would like to note that the roles that Emily Browning gravitates towards, to me, seem a lot of the time to be controversial or intense roles, so this assumption of innocence and naivety seems almost purely attached to her embodiment of Baby Doll only. So there must be another reason. My personal assumption as someone who has read way too many of these kinds of comments in regard to Sleeping Beauty and the overt sexualization of her in these comments is that through Sucker Punch, these men have grown to love Emily as this character and also fetishize her as Baby Doll, and thus for them, their identities have in a sense merged. This is deeply ironic since Zack Snyder has stated that he intended for this film to be a critique of geek culture's sexism and objectification of women. But I do understand from reading interviews that Snyder was forced to make a lot of changes to the original theatrical cut. Changes that he didn't want to make since they altered the film so severely. So perhaps if he had been able to release the correct version, then maybe his critique would have been effective. At least in the version of the film that exists currently, this critique of geek culture and the ways in which it views women has not been an effective one. Men seem to fantasize about Emily as this character as well as the other characters, ignoring all of the brutality that they experience in the film. When researching for this video, I even found a Reddit page dedicated to the luscious women of Sucker Punch, and this group has almost 1,000 members. And a majority of the posts about these real-life actresses are NSFW, alluding to clear objectification. To be a woman is to perform and to suffer.
Marche.
And
Wait,
film
that's
is
something
even more meta with these women performing as characters being exploited and objectified, and are further objectified for their performances
Wait,
as
should I have
these
the E?
characters. Also with time, it has gained a cult following, and people often cosplay as Baby Doll and other Sucker Punch characters. In no way am I saying that dressing up as characters from this film is immoral. It's obviously really fun to dress up and embody your favorite characters. My point is only that I don't feel like his critique on geek culture was effective, but in no way am I saying that this film doesn't have value. I believe that over time the film has become sort of its own entity and gained its own separate meaning and purpose apart from what Snyder originally intended. The film, even with all of its dreamy, surreal elements, is an accurate depiction of the hopeless reality of the female experience and the horrors of living in a patriarchal system. And it also perfectly illustrates the lengths that we will go to escape the horrors of our lived reality as women. Oftentimes, by letting ourselves become absorbed into fictional worlds and media that offer us escapism from the system that imprisons and exploits us, or by romanticizing our own lives so that the brutality of our own suffering, in a way, can become beautiful to us, which can help to alleviate the intensity of that suffering in moments where it feels like there is little else to do to escape. This film also has a meta quality to it, which
Actually,
is
why do I do
obvious
that
even
when I
without
could
my
just
personal analysis. but the meta quality that I'm
Wild.
discussing
I
here
don't
is
know why I was
different.
making things
It's
harder
that
for
the
me.
film itself acts for us, the viewers, as a form of escapism. We can use the film to escape our own world, one that is also harsh and cruel towards women, and imagine a world where we are able to successfully fight against the forces that bind us. The film begins by drawing back the curtains of the stage, where we see Baby Doll on a set that mimics, and eventually becomes her bedroom. Baby Doll looks like a doll in the room of a dollhouse, and this illusion is even stated explicitly in her name. She is played with and puppeteered by the patriarchal system and dynamics that she is forced to exist within. To an outsider, when she is in this form, frozen and still, and at times faced away from us, she might seem empty and without life, just a pretty little doll. But when her bedroom set becomes her actual room, we are launched into the reality of her life, as well as the lives and deaths of her mother and sister. We begin the film by being immersed into the unfathomable depths of pain, grief, and immense suffering.
I think once okay, so here's my theory.
Life, and a society that dehumanizes them.
Now, my theory is that once I finish drawing Porter and Marche completely, I'm going to shrink them and put them in the box. So the text will line up easier, and then I'll do more into the background. That is my theory of how it will come together, but I could always be wrong because I'm not good at estimating sizing. So, just a theory. There's Portus.
Cast them aside when it is beneficial to them. Being a woman is always a performance. Only the very old and very young are allowed to bow out of it. This sentiment is made evident from the very first shot and continued throughout the entirety of the film. In the first scene where Baby Doll enters the dance studio, Rocket says to her, "Everybody gets a dance, a routine. We practice it, we practice it, we practice it, and the men come and watch us perform. And if they like what they see, well, that's why we dance." Later, this is reiterated when Dr. Gorski tells Baby Doll,
"If you do not dance, you have no purpose. And we don't keep things here that have no purpose. You see your fight for survival? Starts right now."
There are layers to this statement. As a woman, she understands and is pleading with Baby Doll to abide by the system that binds us, to participate, dance, perform, be as a woman should be, because if you don't, you will be useless and cast aside. Fitting in and doing as you should is your survival. Dr. Gorski's character in this film acts as a different kind of woman in this system. She is one who obeys, thinking that in the end it will benefit her, that she will be an equal, which, as we can see in this scene, is simply her own fantasy that will never become a reality.
Well, that is not for you to decide, that is for me to decide.
Here's the thing. This show might be yours, but the girls and you are mine.
Since she is a woman, she will always be viewed as inferior, a thing to be used and controlled and cast aside. She partially detests Baby Doll for her defiance and rebellion, while also genuinely wanting to help her be obedient so she can survive.
You're suddenly not aware of what it is we do here?
My thing is running.
To survive. You.
But even in death, we must still perform.
Mr. President, the late Marilyn Monroe.
In the original ending, when Baby Doll is in the chair in the basement with Blue, she's already been lobotomized. When the cop shines the light on her, the set breaks apart, and she stands up and she sings a song on stage. Blondie and all the people that have been killed join in, and it's the idea that in a weird way, even though she's lobotomized, she's kind of stuck in this infinite loop of euphoric victory. It's weirdly not optimistic and optimistic at the same time. That's kind of what the tone was at the end. I believe this would have been a really effective ending, both to show the intensity and everlasting command to have women perform. Literally seeing them rise from the dead to put on a show for the men to be entertained by. And also to show the lengths that our brains will go to fantasize and envision a better, happier reality for ourselves. As these women can't handle that their loved ones have passed away, they may form fantasies where, in some form, these girls are still alive and still with them, and the extreme tragedy of their death was false. The constant performance, even in death, reminds me so much of the fictional and real-life women who have passed away while young and have been used physically after passing, or their image and story has been used for entertainment and arousal. And as the girls state in the film,
And then we do a Gaussian blur.
We're dead. It's not gonna be, oh, sorry, boo, we won't do it again because we'll be dead. We're already dead.
in an interview, Snyder states that one of the main inspirations for this film was another
You
film
see how
called
it's gonna
Frances.
come
I was
together?
influenced by the movie Frances. It's about Frances Farmer and how she was this famous actress who got lobotomized and put into a mental institution and was in there. All bets are off as far as the rules of engagement at a mental institution. Once you're checked in, you're crazy. Your rights are gone. You don't have any say. It's almost worse than being in jail in a lot of ways. Frances Farmer, who was born September 19th, 1913, was an American film actress who starred in over a dozen films. But despite her career in film, she was more known for the many exaggerated and sometimes completely fictitious accounts of her life, especially in regards to her struggles with mental health. On January 21st, 1943, Frances was hospitalized for the first time after acting erratically in court after she was arrested. She was initially sent to Los Angeles General Hospital, where she was diagnosed with manic depressive psychosis. A few days after her initial hospitalization, she was transferred to Kimball Sanatorium. While at Kimball, Frances was diagnosed with paranoid schizophrenia and was subjected to insulin shock therapy. At the time, this procedure was standard, but now it is seen as extremely controversial. After staying at Kimball for 9 months, she left on her own accord and went to stay with her half-sister. Unfortunately, this was just the beginning for Frances. She went on to be in and out of psychiatric hospitals multiple times. These hospitalizations were usually the product of conflicts with her family, run-ins with the law, alcohol abuse, and her admitted use of Benzedrine, and also her struggles with the pressures of her acting career. Over the years, there has been a significant amount of debate in regards to her struggles with mental health and whether or not she actually had any mental health issues in the first place. Many people believe that her deeply rebellious personality, which was not seen as normal for women during this era, paired with her substance abuse issues, may have contributed to her being wrongfully diagnosed. You can see this often during this era, women's issues being immediately assumed to be hysteria or severe mental illness, and having these women simply locked away, exasperating the issues instead of looking towards the root cause and trying to heal that. This heavily mirrors Baby Doll's experience. Her disobedience towards her abusive father was what got her initially locked away and then later lobotomized. In the years that Frances was hospitalized, not only was she administered
I forgot how to do it where you can just select a certain layer.
Shots, hydrotherapy baths, and electric
I think it's also
shock
because
treatment. In her book, Will There Really
when
Be
I
a
did
Morning,
this,
she
I
talks about
didn't
the abuse that she faced while institutionalized. I was by
lock things
orderlies,
off
gnawed
properly.
by rats, and poisoned by tainted food. I was chained in padded cells, strapped into straitjackets, and half drowned in ice baths. She describes her experience in these places as unbearable terror. The book was published posthumously, and there's been a lot of debate about how much was actually written by Frances and how much was instead written by Jean Ratcliffe, who was a close friend and companion of Frances, and was the one who arranged the book's publication. But mental institutions at the time were known to have issues with abuse and poor conditions, so it isn't difficult to believe that the statements about her experience could in some way be true. After her death, there was controversy surrounding whether or not she actually had been administered a lobotomy. The idea of her being lobotomized came to life from a novel published in 1978 by William Arnold titled Shadowland, which was a fictionalized, sensationalized account of Farmer's life. This was further distorted when Shadowland inspired a 1982 film called Frances, which was the initial inspiration for Sucker Punch. Arnold later admitted in court that he had made up the lobotomy story and much of the rest of the novel as well. The history of psychiatry is replete with examples of poor outcomes for women in need, often women who sought medical help. Lobotomies are an extreme but illustrative example. Ask medical students about the lobotomy's history and you will probably hear a narrative similar to that of the US Public Broadcasting Service's acclaimed 2008 documentary, The Lobotomist. In the 1940s, when psychiatric asylums were understaffed, underfunded, and overcrowded, neuropsychiatrist Dr. Walter Freeman popularized psychosurgery to liberate patients from the hopelessness of therapeutic nihilism and the probability of lifelong custodial care. The most frequently performed lobotomy was the transorbital. A physician-guided along cannula, Freeman first used an ice pick, through the patient's eye socket and into the brain, and then moved it left to right, a motion some have compared with that of a windshield wiper, to sever the patient's lower frontal lobes. In 1937, Freeman and surgeon James Watts published
really
on the
want
surgery's benefits,
it to be
based on a case study of
certain
6
way,
patients with
and I'm
psychiatric
struggling.
symptoms.
I want.
They credited the
I don't want to
surgery for
erase the people.
alleviating patients' symptoms of insomnia, nervous tension,
Actually,
apprehension, and anxiety. They identified drawbacks too. Patients were more comfortable, but markedly more docile. Every patient loses something by this operation, they conceded. Some spontaneity, some spark. All the same, scientific acceptance of lobotomies grew. In 1949, its putative founder was awarded a Nobel Prize. By 1952, an estimated 50,000 patients in the United States and Canada had been lobotomized. What the documentary admits is that most lobotomized patients were women, although most institutionalized patients at the time were men. This gaping disparity noted by scholars is made more troubling by the general silence surrounding it today. Yet the disparity has been in plain view from the start. 5 of the 6 patients in this case study by Freeman and Watts were women whose symptoms, apprehension, insomnia, seem incommensurate with their treatment, but whose status as women sanctioned it. A patient previously fearful of aging could now grow old gracefully and care for her home. She complained of a lack of spontaneity, but her husband praised the changes her surgery had wrought, declaring her more normal than she had ever been, possibly the least credible measure of therapeutic success in the annals of history. By 1942, 75% of the lobotomies Freeman and Watts had performed were on women. Sucker Punch, which is set in an ambiguous sort of late 1950s, early 1960s world, perfectly explores this disparity in the treatment of male and female institutionalized patients. In the very beginning of the film, we see Baby Doll suffer many great losses. Her mother passes away, and her greedy stepfather attempts to harm both her and her sister, after finding out that his late wife left everything to her 2 daughters. In an attempt to save her sister's life, she tries to kill her stepfather, but instead accidentally kills her sister. She's devastated and runs away, only to be caught by the police who...
I came back to a lobotomy video goes where we need to be a lobotomy.
Even if he doesn't believe him.
I was gonna end, and then I was like, wait, one more video so I can finish this stupid background. So now we're watching a lobotomy.
So he has more power and control over them. This mirrors the reality of many women of that era who weren't obedient, and the ways in which many of their husbands praised the results of the surgery. I cannot even begin to imagine the terror of being forced into those operations and having everything that makes
this isn't even what the background will probably end up looking like. I just kind of wanted it to
ways that women were treated in
get an idea out, so I know where I'm heading.
Thankfully, at least for Baby Doll, being lobotomized allowed her to permanently escape to some sort of blissful fantasy world where she doesn't have to live with the guilt of what she accidentally did to her sister. And the man who forcibly and wrongfully did this to her was arrested for maltreatment. The use of institutions to allow men to control and silence the women in their lives reminds me of Zelda Fitzgerald's story, the wife of renowned author Scott Fitzgerald. Zelda should have been the one that was remembered as the true artist of the two, but was unfortunately a victim of Scott, the time she lived in, and the abuse of psychiatric institutions. While Scott and Zelda were together, she allowed him access to her personal writing and diaries, which he stole from to use in his own work, without ever giving her any credit. He also stole her spoken words. The famous line, "I hope she's beautiful and silly, a beautiful little fool," was spoken by Zelda after giving birth to their child, a baby girl, and was then used in Scott's most popular novel, The Great Gatsby. When their relationship became too toxic for her to continue, she asked him for a divorce, to which he refused, locking her in their home until she took back her request. After this, the arguments between the two became much worse, and eventually...
See, this is how I'm thinking I want it to be.
Hospital. This
In the
began an
background,
era
of course,
Zelda
would be
going
like
in and out of
white.
different institutions, much like the story of Frances Farmer. In 1932, while she was still institutionalized, she began to write a novel about her own life story. She sent the manuscript for the novel to Scott's publisher.
Do you kind of see where I'm going
when
with
Scott
it?
found out about the
Or
book,
maybe
he was
not white?
livid, since he had planned to use much of that
Dang it,
material
I
for
don't
his
even
own
know.
upcoming novel. Scott
Like
then
black
told
or
Zelda to
blue?
edit her novel and remove the portions that he wanted to use for himself, and even went on to tell people that she had been the one plagiarizing him. This novel was her only book that was published while she was alive, and because of her husband's extreme jealousy, it was received with horrible reviews, causing her to fall further into her depression. She did begin writing a second novel, but tragically she passed away before she was able to finish it. She died, trapped in an institution, awaiting electroshock therapy, when a fire broke out in a room that she was locked in. Her story is deeply, deeply tragic. She was used and stolen from, and in her lifetime wasn't given the praise that she should have gotten for both her creative contribution and her own work. Dime novels were paperback fiction books that became popular in the US around 1860
Like the
and remained
vibes?
popular until the early 1900s. They were given this nickname because most of them cost only about 10 cents. They were seen as low-quality fiction, but they were beloved regardless. Women, more often than not, were major characters in these novels. Many of the novels were described as romances and featured a hero or heroine struggling against all the odds to get married. Dime novel heroines played leading roles even in the adventure stories, and the historical fiction focused on colonial times or the American Revolution. These women could be daughters, wives, mistresses, captives, and even experts with firearms. Essentially, all of these archetypes, daughters, wives, mistresses, captives, and experts with firearms especially, are all represented by the characters in Sucker Punch. This film becomes for us essentially what the novel was to Victorian-era women. We are able to find comfort in this fictional world, imagining that we too are able to pick up swords and guns and fight for our freedom, while also being able to relate to the women in the film and their treatment in the institution, and their struggles with the men who harm them. It is both an escape and solace to not feel so alone in the horrors of our female existence. The purpose of dime novels during the Victorian era was to uphold the values and morals of the time, and marriage was often the only goal of the main character. And there were severe consequences in the novel for women who had any kind of sexual relationship outside of the marriage. Despite these stern warnings disguised as fiction, the backs of dime novels reveal a different story. After the morality tales come the letters of the lovelorn, written by real women seeking advice about abusive relationships, harassing bosses, and unwanted pregnancies. Advertisements offer thinly veiled abortion services by doctors who can only be contacted via PO boxes because abortion was illegal. Potions and strange apparatuses also address an unnamed problem, though presumably everyone understood what they were for.
My eraser wasn't
The back
working.
pages of the popular fantasy tales of that era expose the true story of women's lives for what they really were. It's been difficult to find a ton of extra information about these advice columns, especially the ones that discuss heavier topics. But from what I've researched, some of these advice columns were called agonies or agony columns. These were printed in the backs of books like dime novels, and women were able to anonymously seek advice from other women in a time where they couldn't openly ask for this kind of advice. These anonymous women would write out their agonies, and a writer would respond with advice. It's a beautiful sentiment, these women, despite knowing that they were in danger by doing so, forming a community and a way of communication to help other women, since, at the end of the day, they were usually all facing similar problems at the hands of the society they lived in. This feels so directly related to Sucker Punch, the connections and compassion between the women in the film. Even though most of them barely knew each other, they are all willing to risk or sacrifice their lives for the betterment of the other women. The newest and most dedicated book buyers were the young women who migrated from farms into the city starting in the late 1800s, becoming known as New Women. They worked in factories, sweatshops, as domestic help, and in white-collar offices. They lived together in boarding houses. Their work was often dangerous when not drudgery, and always required long hours. They saved their pennies to purchase dime novels, where they found escape in the tales of young women, like themselves, facing terrible challenges, albeit of a more fanciful variety. A renegade prince or evil aristocrat could help allay or distract from the pain and confusion of dealing with a rough boyfriend or disrespectful boss. This feels like a direct allusion to the fantasy versions of the lives of the girls in Sucker Punch that exists over top of the actual reality of their life in the asylum, and also about how we find comfort in being able to relate to their experiences and their pain. It becomes our escapism. It's a survival tool.
You don't think you're strong enough? You are. You're afraid. Don't be. You have all the weapons you need. Now fight.
Ooh, is it frozen? Oh no.
The world you control, that place can be as real as any pain.
Fantasies and romanticism are essential tools for survival in a patriarchal world.
There we go.
In Sucker Punch, they have their
Well,
glamorized
never
version of
mind. I
institution.
thought it was unfrozen.
Still
Oh no,
full of
there we
more
go.
Power and glamour. Victorian women had dime novels and agony columns. Through these escapes, they were able to find hope and community in times that may have felt hopeless. I see this now in the wake of many great tragedies, from grieving the losses of COVID to the constant stripping away of female rights. In a world that feels hopeless for most, and especially doomed for women, we lean into different forms of escapism to help us push forward. The ones I see most commonly now are nostalgia and a return to the wonder and
This is how I'm thinking of doing it.
obsessions with particular aesthetics,
Trying to get it
and
close because I'm gonna
identity and
screenshot it for my
community.
progress.
Obsessions with particular books or films or TV shows, and
And I
also content
screenshot
that urges
it.
women to romanticize their entire life, no matter what the reality of their situation actually is, and to try to find beauty in the mundane. One thing that
I
I
don't know if
stumbled
it looks
upon while
good. Does it look
researching for
good?
this video was an aesthetic labeled lobotomy core or lobotomy chic.
Of course it's
Although
not
it isn't an
done.
experience
I
that
just
anyone of
wanna.
our generation has
I'm
actually
thinking
lived
of the
through,
background
and
because.
it in many ways can be deeply
Also, where'd my
problematic
paper?
because of the way
There
that
it
it
is.
glamorizes or makes light of the extreme horrors that women were forced into without choice during those eras. But it also in some ways feels similar to what is happening within the world of Sucker Punch. Their reality at the asylum is torturous, like the lives of most women nowadays, in some form. No matter their exact situation, the world is a scary place to be as a woman. And yet the women in Sucker Punch place themselves in another, almost equally horrible world. The world of a brothel where they are treated terribly, but in their fantasy world they can imagine their pain as somehow more glamorous or exciting in some way. It feels similar with these different sort of problematic aesthetics we see now, like lobotomy core or even, in some ways, the bimbo aesthetic. There seems to be a desire to know less, to not have to think of the heaviness and intense pain of the female experience.
My tummy
forget,
hurts.
To know peace. In the same way that Baby Doll wanted to be released from the pain of knowing what she has done and what has been done to her.
Always makes it into like a group and I can't get it to stop doing that.
It's you. You have all the weapons you need. Now fight.
Fight. Fuck.
When the ancient vampire Count Orlok confronts the female lead Ellen towards the third
Skull, yeah, 5 hours. Skull. Oh. Dang it. Well, imagine this. That makes sense. Like the Polaroid and everything. This is how I'm kind of thinking of doing it. They're gonna be smaller in it, but I'm not finished shading them, so I don't want to move them around yet. Also, I'm gonna... These little guys are not... Hey, right there. Me too. I forgot how to do it to make thicken it up. I think that's it. Yeah. Fuck. Let me thicken it. again. Actually, I think I know what won't. Right, and then we'd put something here. That do be kind of hard though. What kind of hard? I don't understand. I'm a little not there. That do be kind of hard though. Oh, wrong chippies. These chippies don't need to be. Okay, so imagine. Like, does it make sense? Can you see it? They're gonna be in the frame, but like, could you imagine? I might change the colors and everything, but like, is that eating? Does that eat? Did I pop off a little bit? I'm not sure. But that's kind of like, it's way simpler than I was thinking, because I'm gonna actually probably add a whole bunch of other stuff to it. But like, imagine like if we did a doodles too, it'd be like, and then like maybe like, you know, maybe a moon, if I could draw a moon. Don't know what that was. Ooh, forgot that this is directly on it. Oopsie. Did this one actually what I it? Well, not that. Probably not the face, but like, could you see it? Do you see the vision? Is the vision there? I hope the vision's there. That's kind of what I want to do with it. And then like something in the background on the Polaroid. No, something like that. I don't know. Well, It's already 4 a.m. for me, and it's just 5 for 5 hours. So I think it's time. I think it's time I say goodbye. Unfortunately. What song should I play out on? Thank you for... We'll do this one. Thank you. I hope it was a good stream. I hope it wasn't too boring. I know the art streams can be a little bit boring because it's just literally just watching me draw. But yes, I will see y'all Wednesday. But if I'm not here Wednesday for some reason, if I end up leaving early and leaving on a Wednesday, then I'll see you next Tuesday. Not Tuesday, next Wednesday. Yes, and we'll be back with our... Hopefully when I come back from my trip, I'll actually be able to stream more Baldur's Gate. Because we haven't done that in a while, because I keep missing my Friday streams. But yes, thank you for watching. I'll see you guys Wednesday. I couldn't think of the date. Goodbye.